Yeah, precies. Morning, am I audible?
Recording in progress.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, Prince. Just wanted to check because of my chest, my voice is not too good.
Good
Welcome now.
morning,
No.
honorable members. Let's see
Morning, morning,
those who are
Chair.
present. Tingswai. Good morning.
Yeah,
Honorable
better.
Kai. You are muted. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Tai Bosch. Honorable
Morning,
Van
Chair.
I'm in my sick
Good
clothes.
morning.
Sick clothes.
Morning.
Honorable Van Wyk. Good morning.
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 Morning,
Assume
Chairperson and
everyone is
colleagues.
here. Honorable Sompa. Honorable Labus Kachne. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Yeah, your windows are open, but we can't see your face. Welcome. Honorable Sompa.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning. Honorable Direko. Good morning. I can see you are here. I can't see Honorable Mkalipi and Honorable Damase.
Morning, Chair. Yeah.
Morning. Oh, I see. Yes. Welcome. Welcome. I think we should start the meeting at this point. May I then invite the members to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. Honorable members, once again, we wish to convey our condolences to the family members and relatives and colleagues of the honorable members who just left us. Over the weekend, we went to lay to rest Honorable Sithole Ketamabala. A very sad moment and under very tragic circumstances. Last week, we were laying to rest Honorable Mganga. Again, very sad, and we had an opportunity again to convey condolences to the family last Thursday. Let me just say that it's very tragic and sad, but may their souls rest in peace. I'd like us to, at this point, table the agenda. I would ask Honorable Shirin to table the agenda, and the members have a look and see if we can adopt this agenda. Can we have a mover for adoption? Pretty short agenda, Public Service Commission, and then we discuss the program and approach to oversight, local government.
I move, Chair.
Mover for adoption. Honorable Van Wyk.
I move, Chair.
Thank
I
you very much.
second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Direko. So we proceed to the next aspect of the agenda. We have today our program. On our program, we have the Public Service Commission, who have kindly agreed to come and give us a briefing on a number of issues which for us are very important. And from that perspective, we would like to welcome the delegation. I'm I'm sure we have quite a sizable delegation with us. So I thought I would be seeing the chairperson.
Yes,
Professor
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. I see. Oh, you are here. Oh, welcome. Let me just say welcome to you and the whole delegation. Could you just request that you introduce the delegation, and then, of course, the role of the Public Service Commission is a very, very important role in the structuring of our public service, and in this case, with new extended role over the municipalities, it becomes even more interesting and more quite important. Let me then also just say to the honorable members, I added a few documents just for your own information to the list beyond the presentation of the Public Service Commission. Amongst the issues that are arising out of the Public Service Commission relate to the Chapter 10 of the Constitution. So we've just made sure that you familiarize yourself with that section. And then because of the new role and the reference to the Public Service Commission bill, we've also got that to the members, attached for the members' information. Then I've also invited the legal team from Parliament, and I hope they are here to just comment on some of the aspects in relation to the new role of the Public Service Commission with reference to their role over the municipalities in the new bill that is being processed. And so you've got all of that information that we actually sent, which we believe will also make the discussion a lot more interesting and fruitful. So at this point, let me then say we welcome all the commissioners, members of the Public Service Commission, and the head of the team, the CEO, as well as the rest of the management. Professor Somadoda Figeni, I need no introduction. I'm going to request that Prof, you take us through this. If it's possible, as you introduce the members, if they can show their face each time you call their name so that we can familiarize ourselves. Virtual meetings are very convenient, but they rob us of the human touch that we always want to associate with a fruitful meeting. So thank you very much. Welcome, Professor Somadoda Figeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and I hope my video is visible. I've put it on, but thank you very much.
Audible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee. Indeed, it's such an honor to be invited to present in this committee. With me, indeed, out of this great excitement of opening this new chapter in relationship, we brought quite a sizable delegation, as Honorable Chair said. I do have fellow commissioners here, and my members will indicate as any other commissioner might be joining. I do have Commissioner Professor Mandla Makhanya is a resident commissioner of the Public Service Commission in our main office in Pretoria. I do have Commissioner Nancy Ngwenya, who is also a resident commissioner in the national office. I do have Commissioner Errol Megaman, who is also a resident commissioner in our national office. I do have Commissioner Bacchus, who is a resident commissioner in KZN, but being a single commission, she chairs our committee on anti-corruption. And I do have our Director General. Once the bill is effected by the NCOP, We will no longer have a Director General, will be in line with other constitutional bodies. She will then become a CEO. That is Advocate Dinky Dube. And she is coming along with her Deputy Director Generals, Dr. Kolufelo Sidibe. We do have Mrs. Irene Matendwa, who is also a Deputy Director General. We do have Nozipho Gwaza, who is our liaison with Parliament and also dealing with the stakeholders, who is based in Cape Town. As DG also identify, we do have Advocate Makinde, Shukrat Makinde, who is heading our legal. So that is our delegation, and should I leave out any other person, when DG makes the remarks, she will also try to add to those. I'm just using the list that I see there so that I don't introduce a person who may not have yet arrived or who joined using a different gadget. I do know that sometimes they may not indicate, but along the way, I will certainly, identify those. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. DG, is there any other person, through the permission of the Honorable Chair, that I might be leaving on the platform because the names may not be identified? DG Dinky Dube?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and the honorable members. We do have Commissioner Mavuso, Chairperson, who is also on the
Commissioner
platform.
Mavuso. Yes. Thank you very much, DG, for reminding me. Indeed, Commissioner Mavuso is our resident commissioner in Gauteng, and we're very happy to have this delegation. And next time we can bring even more, because we're looking forward to this relationship. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I yield back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Professor Fikeni. At this point, I would like to invite you and your team to make the presentation. It has been circulated, the amended version has been circulated, so you should just feel free to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will just make short preambling comments, and then I'll ask the DG and the assigned, person to make the presentation, the substantive one. What is most important is that this meeting is quite historic. As part of the public sector reform, PSC is being assigned more and more responsibilities. Among those, we are coordinating the implementation of the professionalization framework, which was approved by Cabinet October 2022. And that in itself has so many implications for every sector, from local government to traditional affairs to government departments and state entities. So we've been having engagements to that effect. We are working with the United Nations UNDP, which is assisting us with global experiences and even complementing our meager resources in making sure that this work is done. We're working with government, schools of government at the universities, so we've brought in even the think tanks to assist in this work. We're working with the National School of Government, so we've been crisscrossing the country to that effect. The Public Administration Management Act reforms, as well as the Public Service Act reforms, also strengthen the arm of the Public Service Commission, whilst clearing and delineating the roles between the executive authorities and the accounting officers, ironing all the wrinkles which might have caused challenges in their effective interaction. But more importantly, the Public Service Commission Bill, which was passed by the National Assembly, which has now been taken to the NCOP and was presented before the Select Committee, is on the way towards being approved. And we were given a period of 2 months by when the NCOP promised to approve that particular bill. I already had meeting with the chair of the NCOP prior to that engagement with the relevant committee. We've been meeting with SALGA leadership. We've been making presentations in their various meetings to this effect. And this is very important, honorable members, because for the longest time, different commissions, from Professor Vincent Mapai talking about professionalization after being appointed by Nelson Mandela, our founding president, up to the writings by Professor Stan Sangweni, the founding chairperson of the PSC, and the National Development Plan in its Chapter 13, they decried the fragmentation of public service. And they said there's a need to create one seamless public service. And this bill, together with the other legislations, is about to make sure that this is this is realized. So to that extent, I do think that this is historic. It means our role being expanded to local government, being expanded even to the issues of traditional affairs, because we've been working with the Minister of COGTA, wherein we talked about the reopening of the schools of traditional leaders, because it's part of the public administration as a dual authority in local areas to empower them. Because if local government alone functions and they are not empowered, then you will have a drag effect. Then, in that particular enactment of the bill, we will also extend to the public entities and the state-owned companies as an oversight, as a combined assurance on top of the AG, as a combined assurance, because in most instances, local government or state entities, they would only have their council and their CEO and one shareholder, which is a minister. So this is just adding to the layers of making sure that the accountability oversight is taken into account. And it is in that sense that we are happy, looking forward to dealing with parliamentary committee like yours and starting this journey and starting this relationship to make sure that the state capacity, the development of an ethical, capable, developmental state starts here with these reforms being reinforced, working together. But at this point, I will then ask our DG to speak to the presentation itself or to introduce the person who is going to make the presentation. With your permission, Chairperson and honorable members, I will ask our DG to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Figeni. Let's welcome the DG to take the presentation forward.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I ask, Chair, that my colleague DDG Xhariep assist with the substantive presentation. I'm not sure, Chairperson, whether Commissioner Mavuso, as the lead commissioner for the work that we are doing in local government, should also make remarks before we start with the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, Commissioner Mavuso is the chair of the Specialist Committee on Leadership management. So I would like, as it is the tradition within the PSC, for him to make opening comments to give way to the DDG responsible for the report presentation. If you so agree, Chair, it will be short remarks.
Yes, please proceed. Let me also just acknowledge, I see Nkosi Buthelezi. He's been renamed as iPhone 2. Nkosi,
Oh no!
I didn't recognize you. So you are in the meeting. I think it's important just for me to acknowledge that you are here. Thank you very much. Let's proceed with your presentation, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Indeed, this has been a very important work that we've been embarking upon in making sure that our interaction with local government becomes much more seamless, but we thought it was prudent for us to start with the portfolio committee so that we can then be able to indicate the extent to which our work is going to be covered. Truth be told, the whole essence of making sure that local government works begins with relationship building, which we believe is an important cornerstone because, as it were, it will prepare us to be able to have a proper and seamless rollout of our mandate and ensuring that as we embark on this environmental scanning and scanning process of the terrain of local government, we do not find ourselves, figuratively speaking, being blindfolded with our hands tied at the back, but to be much more better prepared and ensuring that as we embark on this very important journey, we can be able to make a huge difference and make sure that our country can be seen to be at work and making sure that local government, that very important sphere, which is the core phase of service delivery, can then be able to be seen to be doing what it was intended to do originally by the fathers of our constitution. And I wouldn't really want to waste time, Chairperson, by indicating that indeed this has been an important responsibility and the bill really captures the essence of what needs to be done. I will hand over to DDG Xhariep to do the presentation, and thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, commissioners and colleagues present. I am struggling to find where the camera is to show my face. I will, however, proceed with the presentation, members. The outline of our presentation is very brief, and so is our presentation. We will go into the mandate, the powers and functions, the products and the services and outputs of the PSC, the reason why local government is now forming part of the work that we will be doing as an organization, then the aims and objectives of this particular engagement, and we will touch on a few questions that we would appreciate if all of us can reflect on them because they have bearing to how we will be planning our work going forward, and then we will conclude. Members of the committee, as you will know, in the next slide, we show the PSC's mandate and powers. Let me just apologize and say we do have a bit of a delay in terms of the presentation showing as we move. So members will bear with us, but we are moving. The mandate of the PSC is outlined in Chapter 10 of the Constitution. We are the only constitutional body, and we are accountable to the National Assembly. Our powers include, amongst others, the promotion of the constitutional values and principles that we briefly refer to as the CVP, and members can see them in the little diagram that shows the outlines of those principles in reddish, and in the center is the founding values of our constitution, which are intricately linked with the principles. We are also responsible for conducting investigations in terms of the complaints that are received from members of the public, as well as grievances and complaints lodged by employees in the public service. Currently, we do monitoring and evaluation, we propose measures, and we give direction and provide advice within the scope of the areas that we have been responsible for a very long time. All of this is done in the interest of maintaining an effective and efficient public administration over the public service. Members, I just want to indicate that our mandate is very much detailed, and you will see in this presentation where we are getting the powers and the rationale for the extension or the continuation of the implementation of our mandate in local government. When we proceed into the next slide, we just give a brief highlight of our products and outcomes, outputs and services. It's quite a lot, we cannot explain it, but we do research in public administration practices, and that would cut across a number of areas, including human resource management practices, ethics, labor relations, service delivery improvements, and so forth. We also conduct inspections in the areas of work that is the responsibility of other various departments to get a sense of how members of the public are experiencing service delivery by various institutions within the public service. We do promote the constitutional values and principles as indicated, but we also do advocacy in a number of other areas, including the code of conduct, ethics, financial disclosures, policy development, and decision-making. We then produce quite a number of products in the form of reports, fact sheets, guides, circulars, and a range of other little tools that are meant to assist the public service itself in its operations, but to also assist departments in the public service. And like I indicated, we do conduct investigations in grievances and complaints. We conduct citizens forums, which is one of our flagship approaches and methodologies for getting government to engage with members of the public, but it is also one of those methodologies that has the capability of making sure that various government institutions from national, provincial, up to local government level come together to listen to the needs and the frustrations of members of the communities and commit to resolving those. And we go back in terms of the Citizens Forum to make sure that what has been promised and agreed to with members of the public is indeed attended to by the various institutions that would come in those spaces. We facilitate assessments in terms of the performance evaluations of heads of departments only in the office of the Premier, that is the DGs of the provinces, as well as the DG in the presidency. With the rest of the other HODs and DGs, we merely conduct monitoring and evaluation. Whilst these services, products and output for a very long time have remained relevant within our mandate in the public service, we do want to indicate members that some of these products and services can be shared with local government and any other stakeholders. When we proceed into the next slide, we do want to remind members that Section 196(1) of the Constitution provides that there is a single public service commission for the Republic. There is no other public service commission, and in terms of the Constitution, no other PSC will exist except for us. Then in Section 1962, the Constitution provides that the PSC is independent and must be impartial, and it must exercise its powers without fear, favor, or prejudice in the interest of the maintenance of effective and efficient public administration. The Single Public Service Commission for the entire Republic, as well as the need to maintain effective and efficient public administration, dictates that the scope of the PSC's constitutional mandate should cover the entire public administration instead of being limited to the public service. And we will elaborate further on this. Let's proceed to the next slide. Members, Section 196 of the Constitution, as well as the resolution taken by Parliament on the 15th of November 2021, requires the PSC to monitor and report on how the administration of government organs of the state and public enterprises in South Africa adhere to the constitutional values and principles as outlined in Section 1951. Section 1951 in particular sets out these foundational, fundamental values and principles that must govern public administration. They include aspects of accountability, transparency, responsiveness, impartiality, effectiveness, and efficiency. The resolution taken by Parliament, it recognizes that the PSC, as the key body responsible for overseeing and reporting on the implementation of the constitutional values and principles, must be within the public service and the broader public administration, because members, the CVPs, according to the Constitution, they do not just apply to the public service which has been named as national and provincial administration departments, but it applies to all organs of the state and all spheres of government. Therefore, the PSC bill reinforces the mandate, the oversight mandate of the PSC in terms of this resolution that was taken by Parliament. And that resolution that was taken by Parliament, it is indeed aligned to Section 196 of the Constitution. It is therefore envisaged that the role of the PSC in local government will indeed be aligned to the resolution of Parliament, to the Constitution and the definition of public administration broadly, as well as the framework for the professionalization of the public sector. So the objectives of the bill, the PSC bill that is now with the NCOP, is to strengthen the Public Service Commission to enable it to operate as an independent and constitutional body with its own secretariat, instead of the PSC being supported by a government department in terms of Schedule A of the Public Service Act. This is in line with Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan that was adopted in 2012. The objective of the bill, again, is to strengthen and to expand the implementation of the mandate in municipalities and public entities, to promote cohesion in governance, effectiveness and efficiency in public administration, whilst recognizing the nature and the functions of the different spheres of government. We do recognize that the Constitution has provided for certain levels of independence, but also the interoperability and cooperation that is required across all the spheres of government and all organs of the state. This, again, we maintain, it is aligned to the resolution that was taken by Parliament. It is also in line with Section 195(1) of the Constitution that says administration, the PSC is responsible for the promotion of the administration of effectiveness and efficiency in government, organs of the state and public entities broadly at large, if all of those we see them as public administration. The bill also seeks to strengthen the enforcement of the mechanisms of the PSC as recommended in the National Development Plan. This is to make sure that the PSC's recommendations and directions can be enforceable. It also improves efficiency and the impact of the PSC in the public service and within public administration as part of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. All spheres of government and organs of the state need to work together. I think in the next slide, members, we simply reflect that for a very long time, the PSC focused in national and the provincial administration, not even the entities that are established through the various government departments at national and provincial. We were merely focusing in the administration, and local government was not part of our mandate. Therefore, we are now seeking to close the puzzle to ensure coherence and cohesion. In the next slide, in summary, members, we believe that the constitutional imperative for why PSC should continue to provide its services, products, and outputs in local government and the state entities, which we are not talking about today, is well established in the following summary. Section 195(1). The CVP governing public administration applies to all organs of the state and spheres of government. Section 195(2). The CVPs apply to all organs of the state. Section 1961, there is a single public service commission for the Republic. Section 1962-3, the PSC is independent and the Constitution requires that all organs of the state must protect and support the PSC in its operations and in the discharge of its duties and powers. Section 1964G, we say the PSC is empowered to perform additional functions prescribed by an Act of Parliament. So members, all of this as stated in the Constitution, as well as the resolution of Parliament, as well as the pronouncements and the concerns that were raised by Parliament, the Auditor General, and other oversight structures, and probably members of the public, is that there is concern that there is rampant governance failures in various municipalities. We're not saying all of them, in various municipalities, and this impact on service delivery. Therefore, the PSC, like all other organs of the state, it is constitutionally enjoined to address some of these persistent governance and public administration failures, instead of simply saying this does not fall within our mandate. When we proceed into the next slide, members, let's get now to the aim of why are we engaging. The aim really is to embark on a process of learning and relationship building as part of preparing for the rollout of the mandate of the PSC. We are doing this through what we refer to as environmental scanning and engagements with primary and secondary stakeholders who are working within the local government space directly and those working directly, indirectly, such as our research institutions and development organizations. These engagements should enable the PSC to really understand what is working well in local government, what is not working well, what are the challenges, what are the experiences and the lessons, and what is it that PSC can contribute in, because PSC can't do everything. There are many important players who are already playing important roles in this particular sphere. Therefore, the objective of today is to engage and to build relations with the portfolio committee and other stakeholders that we will be engaging with as we proceed with this process. We want to use this process to understand how local government functions, to strengthen its capacity, improve governance, performance, and service delivery, so that the PSC can make an informed decisions on future areas of interventions where we can be able to achieve the greatest impact. And this we say humbly, because we are not going to be able to do everything, and we understand that there are many stakeholders who are already providing a service. There is SALGA, portfolio committees, and so forth. We want to use the insights from this environmental scanning and engagements as building blocks, so that as we proceed with the learning and the relationship building, we will at a certain stage develop an advisory guide on governance practice for local government as a means of strengthening local government as per the National Development Plan. These are the few questions that we are asking ourselves, and we would appreciate if the stakeholders, including honorable members of the portfolio committee, can help us to reflect on, but also tell us whether we are asking the right questions or not. We say, what are some of the optimally functioning areas in the local government space, and what are the challenges? we want to listen to different perspectives. What are the major risks that the PSC should be aware of, and what is being done to manage those risks? How will this affect the PSC as it plans to expand its oversight mandate in the local government sphere? Who are the critical stakeholders that have an influence on the functioning of local government, and how should we be engaging with them, or what are the protocols of engaging them? What can be done to improve local government efficiency and responsiveness, to strengthen municipal governance, ethics, integrity, accountability, service delivery, and infrastructure management? Maybe this is the most critical questions because it is going directly into the local government sphere. I think maybe the other questions are about the PSC's learning process. What experiences and lessons can be shared by the stakeholders with PSC? And which of the products and services of the PSC in their current form can be shared or implemented in local government? And how should we do that in light of our capacity constraints in terms of person power, technical expertise in some areas because local government is new, as well as financial resource constraints? We want to be able to do a little bit work instead of just saying we are learning, we are not going to do absolutely nothing. And which stakeholders can we collaborate with in the rollout of our mandate without compromising or encroaching on each other's mandates? We don't necessarily have answers to these questions. These are the questions that we are still mulling over as an institution. But maybe there are other critical questions we should be asking that will guide us, and we are happy to receive guidance. In conclusion, members, it is common knowledge that local government plays a role, and it is the closest to ordinary citizens. Therefore, the achievements and the failures or the challenges of local government are attributed to all institutions across all spheres of government. And this includes the Public Service Commission, Parliament, the legislatures, and other organs of the state. Local government's failures and challenges are a reflection of our capabilities or our own failures. Service delivery challenges are most visible at the local government level because this is where government meets with the people. Therefore, capacity challenges and unevenness in capacity are also visible in local government because of the proximity of the sphere to the people. It is important for us that the constitutional values and principles as set out in Section 195 are observed by all government spheres, institutions, and organs of the state. And this is one area that the PSC already has work that it has been doing, and that work has been minimally shared with local government and other organs of the state. Equally, the PSC is at the initial stages of its learning and relationship building process when it comes to local government. We therefore think patience is going to be essential by the PSC itself and all stakeholders during this learning and relationship building process. Like I said, members, there are products and services we can share, but we cannot go full blast because we are still learning. We are also nervous about whether every move we make is going to be a correct one or it is going to create challenges. Members, His Excellency President Ramaphosa indicated in his State of the Nation address recently that we need a state that is capable and competent, a state that is underpinned by a professional public service, let's add public administration broadly, because South Africans want a state that treats all people with dignity, humility, and respect. It must be a state where leaders who are prepared to serve our people with complete dedication, and public servants who are ethical, skilled, and properly qualified. This is a call to all of us. We therefore think that the structured process that we are embarking on of extending our mandate into the local government sphere will, in the medium to long term, assist in improving local government efficiency and responsiveness to the people, and it will place local government at the center of success in building a capable, professional, responsive, and ethical government. We all have the responsibility to make every municipality work, and that is a call to collective action that we are also saying to members today. It is also a call to the PSC, and we accept this call. Thank you very much.
Thank
That
you,
is the
Honorable
end.
Chair.
Hi, Prof. I'm leaving it to you. You want to make a
Yes,
comment?
I was simply saying thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That is our presentation. We will be ready for interactions. And I also want to acknowledge that my Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Zugiswa Mkolomba, is also on the platform together with Amanda Kelengeshe. And also to confirm that Minister Buthelezi has been such an unrelenting supporter and partner in this work of making sure that the bill goes through. We've gone through several, predecessors, but he has taken the ball across the line. And we're looking forward to strengthening that relationship because DPSA is a very crucial player in issuing instructions for the public sector. So our relationship is just deepening under his leadership. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Prof. Before we engage on your presentation, I have requested that the legal team from Parliament, led by Fatima Ibrahim, to make comments on a few aspects that we had raised with them so that we don't ask questions to the PSC that we could have actually cleared in terms of our approach as Parliament. So I'm going to invite Fatima Ibrahim to make some comments. There are pre-arranged questions and any other relevant points. Please come through, Ms. Fatima Ibrahim.
And thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, the honourable members and my colleagues from Parliament as well as from the PSC. Chair, if you allow me, I'm going to switch off my camera. My role today, Chair, is not to take you through the bill or the mandate of the PSC. I think Prof. Kenny and his team have very capably explained that to the committee, and I trust that members of the committee have had an opportunity to read the B version of the bill, which was transmitted to the NCOP. This meeting is therefore what I would term a pre-meeting. The committee would certainly have to get into the meat of the matter once the bill is indeed passed and signed into law. There can be no doubt that municipalities as our foundational level of government impact citizens directly. And therefore, when we speak of effective and efficient public administration, one cannot have that without municipalities. And so the question becomes, well, if the scope of the work of the PSC has now been extended as it has in this bill, as the PSC indicated previously, their focus was on national and provincial government. And now by virtue of this new bill, that mandate is being extended significantly to cover local government. How does that impact in terms of oversight for your committee particularly, so for the COPTA committee? So up until now, the PSC would have traditionally dealt mainly with the PC for Public Service and Administration. That PC remains the PC that is responsible to conduct oversight over the PSC. So they would look at and continue to look at issues related to budget, APPs, compliance, and so on. However, the work of the PSC now, by the inclusion of municipalities, it's an important instrument for this committee, in that it is going to allow this committee to conduct more meaningful oversight in respect of local government. So it's going to be very important that the committee leverages the work that the PSC is going to do in this regard. So one of the questions that I was asked to make comment on is what the role of the Cooperative Portfolio Committee is now going to be. And in short, this is new territory for all of us, Chair, as indicated by the PSC. But what is clear from the mandate of the PSC and the very important work that they do is that they are now going to be the custodian of information that is going to assist this committee. The extent to which that information is shared with the committee in order for the committee to conduct more meaningful oversight is something that we're going to have to work on as we proceed. The PSC, the bill allows for a sort of staggered approach in including municipalities, because obviously that is going to take a huge increase in resources. But it is going to be important that the PSC shares information with this committee, which it believes that will assist this committee in strengthening oversight over the municipal sphere of government. However, Chair, it's important to note that the PSC is unlike other departments. I think it was indicated in the presentation that they are in fact similar to your public protector, your AG, otherwise known as your Chapter 9 institutions, in that the Constitution says they're independent. So there is a duty on Parliament to ensure that we protect that independence, that we assist this institution where possible. And it also then therefore means that this PSC has a cross-cutting role. So it may be that they would report to various committees. Any committee may call on them to report on any matter that's related to the mandate of that committee, as long as there's a rational reason for calling them. But in respect of the issues of local government, I envisage that the committee is going to work closely with the PSC as we go forward. It will be important that the committee then also works with the PC for public service and administration, just so that we can go over grey areas and overlap so that there isn't too much of duplication of resources. You don't want a situation where the PSC is made to over-report at the expense of them actually being able to be on the ground and doing what they're mandated to do in terms of the law. But certainly, it is now clear that if this bill is passed, the PSC will have to regularly report to this committee. And as I've indicated, Chair, the exact nature and how that reporting is going to happen is something that the parties are going to have to sit down and work out together with our content advisors. If necessary, our legal office can also assist with that. But certainly the committee must, as I've said, Chair, leverage this as much as possible, because it certainly will be able to assist the committee in strengthening its oversight over local government. That's all from me, Chair, but I'm happy to assist as the discussions proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ibrahim. At this point, I'd like to invite the members of the Portfolio Committee to make any comments. We would need to get your sense of things. There are also questions the Commission has raised in a search for further guidance from the view of the committee. So let's try and cover as much of that as possible. So we will follow the order. Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Mkhalipi, welcome, Honorable Mkhalipi. I didn't greet you earlier. Honorable Labus Kakhne, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Sompa Masiu, Honorable Buthelezi. The members of the commission will simply note the comments, and as we go along, we will then respond at the end and see whether that covers everything we wanted to understand. So let me take that. Let's take this order. Marina van Zyl, please come through.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you to Mr. Fikeni and his team for the presentation this morning. I think we all will welcome this because obviously it's been to professionalize the public service is one of the utmost important things we need to do. So we definitely welcome. But I have a couple of questions. I probably will repeat some that has been asked by the Commission itself, but I'll ask it nonetheless. The first one is, how does the department ensure that the PSC's advice and findings are acted upon by executive authorities, and what enforcement mechanisms exist when such findings are ignored? Because that is the norm in especially local government. Then what measures are in place to ensure that the PSC commissioners and staff do not hold political office or act in partisan capacities in line with Section 6 of the PSC Bill? Then the PSC.
Honorable van Zyl, I'm sorry
Chair?
to interrupt you. Your first question is referring to a department. Please mention the department so that we know which one you're asking about.
So I wanted to find out, the Commission, what fail-safe procedures have they got in place when they're looking at all of these findings that would actually not be ignored, and that they'll be acted upon, especially be talking about local government at this stage. Then the third question, the PSC presentation to COCTA this morning outlines a plan to expand oversight to local government. Given the severe governance failures in municipalities, how will the PSC, number one, ensure independent investigations into municipal corruption, and then avoid duplicating the mandates of other entities like Auditor General South Africa, the National Treasury, or even MISA? I know there was a point where they spoke about technical expertise, etc. So how would you, and I know that's also one of the questions that they've asked. Then number four, what mechanisms will the PSC use to ensure its findings at municipal level lead to actual disciplinary action or consequence management, and not further reports that gather dust, as we know they have become? And then lastly, the PSC has stated its intention to expand its oversight mandate to include municipalities, something we support in principle. But can the Commission tell us what actual internal capacity exists today to carry this out? How many investigators, staff members, and budget resources have been assigned to this local government rollout? And then also, crucially, I suppose, is by when will this PSC be fully operational at municipal level? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable van Zyl. Honorable Kalipi, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, and greetings to the colleagues, and greetings to the Commission of Public Service. Chair, thanks for welcoming me. And I want to apologize because I can't open my video because of my network. We welcome the presentation from the Commission, and I want to concur with the member here to say that we, as Portfolio Committee of COCTA, we welcome every kind of intervention to the state of local government. But Chair, let me start by saying that we note that the Commission is not gender balanced. And I think we must raise it sharply in the relevant authorities who have powers to appoint the Public Service Commission, including Parliament, which the decision lies with, including the premiers who are also part and parcel of appointing the commissioners. But having said that, Chair, I found comfort that the DG is a woman and the commissioner who was making the presentation is a woman. At least there's a political conscience from the Commission to task the capable women to lead in this regard. Chair, thanks very much for this information, because I know that as the Chair, you are the one who have given guidance for the commissions to come and update the Portfolio Committee. In fact, Chair, I think we were not aware about the new mandate of the Commission, of which we we welcome with both hands. I think Commissioner Kolofela, who was doing the presentation, in her presentation, she mentioned that there are questions that they have proposed for the members of the committee to engage in those commissions because they are in a learning and building process, of which I think those questions are very relevant, Commissioner Kolofela and the entire commission. Chair, I think if one can try to answer those questions or to engage to those questions, I think I always make mention to make an example to say, all of us in South Africa, we belong to a ward, meaning that we belong to a particular municipality, meaning that we all affected by the state of local government currently, of which the lack of service delivery and every challenges that we are facing. So therefore, each and every South African have an experience of how to be difficult to be in a local government or to be in a particular ward when you don't have electricity, when the water is no longer available, when you drive into potholes, etc., etc. But as the portfolio committee, I think we have a lot of trauma when we engage with the municipalities. And we quite often fight with the department, which is also accounting or accountable to the portfolio committee, because we expect the department, including the minister, as an executive member, to have more solutions to the current state of local government. One of the challenges that contributes to the collapse of local government is cadre deployment, which is the biggest enemy of the collapse of the local government. The other one is instability in municipalities due to infighting in leadership in municipalities. You might find that the case in point is Free State, who have been flagged by the AG as none of 23 municipalities in Free State have received clean audit. One of the Free State municipality, if I can make an example with, is Inala municipality, which the MM and the mayor, they have 2 MMs, they have 2 mayors, and it's not even only Nala. I think also in Kisabotla, in Northwest, that is the kind of challenges that we quite often come across. But in a nutshell, the state of the local government reports also depicted that out of 257 municipalities, only 66 municipalities were functional that time of that report. It's a lot. The other thing is the corruption in municipalities. There is, and they hide behind some item called UIFW, whereby the council has to go and take a decision if there's a sum of money that needs to be, is either the council take a decision to say, what are we going to do about these billions that have not been accounted for? But most of the time, where we find very difficult is the committees whereby the council just accept that, no, let us write off this debt that has been reported here. One of the weaknesses is that MPEC are very weak, and the disciplinary reports are very weak. Some of the municipalities, they don't even exist. So coming to the party as the new kid in the block, as the Public Service Commission, I think you must come prepared about those challenges, and I'm not mentioning all of them. And we have also pinned our hopes on the IMSA bill, which is the bill that is still processed in Parliament, which we think it will intervene very decisively after Section 139 of the Constitution and Section 154 of the Constitution have failed dismally to address the issues that are facing local government. You are also coming through your bill, which is a Public Service Act bill, of which gave you or extend the mandate, because as far as we know, the Public Service Commission was dealing correctly, is also captured in a presentation that has been dealing with national and provincial government, but we will come as I mentioned earlier on. So without mentioning those things, Chair, I just want to understand now how prepared is the commission now after the mandate has been extended, because we have also your own challenges. For instance, I don't know if I'm the only one who does not even know that we have a commission each and every province. We have a commissioner each and every province. If you can also share with us in terms of your capacity, let's say in KZN, commissioner who is responsible for KZN, how does the office look like in terms of resources? I'm talking about the human resources, because I read somewhere, I think on your APP, whereby you mentioned that through the, I don't know if it's a number that everyone who wants to complain or have a grievance must call that number. I think we have something like 1,700 complaints. And let's say those complaints now are divided per province. So let's say out of 1,007 complaints, 7,000 complaints. So in KZN, let's say we have 600 complaints that falls under KZN. How do you deal with such complaints within the time frame that you have given yourself to? That is one. Because just paint a picture for us with how going forward, because we're going to deal with you, although the legal advisor also said, no, you're not going to be accountable to this committee. But at some point, if the committee feels that, let us call you to this portfolio committee to come and account, you must be able to demonstrate to us that you have capacity to deal with the headache of local government. Secondly, I think on your presentation, you mentioned I think you said is forum, some forum that you, I think the aim of the forum is to get people under one roof and then also talk to them about your mandate and how can you deal with their issues when is raised. So can you also be able to share with us how do you deal with such aspect of your mandate as public commission? Because we, as particular myself, I'm very fond of the fact that if people in South Africa are given time to come and express their grievances, particular in the public service. So how do you get go about the citizen forum? How do you organize it? And how one just ordinary person in Umthwalume wants to bring to the commission that I have grievances for such department and so on, or this municipality, how one can get an access to the citizen forum. Let me just pause the chair for now.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair. With your permission, I won't put on my video. I have a little bit of a problem at the moment with my laptop. First of all, I want to say thank you for the presentation, and the previous colleagues covered a lot of questions or raised a lot of concerns from our side. But I also want to say thank you very much. I think it is very much needed that we in this portfolio committee have had this presentation, and I welcome the perception of or the view that we will have to work a little bit closer together in future. Chair, the questions or the issues that I want to raise is I would like to know if the Commission has a current sort of best practices or things that currently has had an impact on the national and provincial level, the kinds of impact, the kind of problems that they address, the kind of like whether it's monitoring inspections or the directives, and on that kind of level, that is best practices that can serve as a benchmark for going over to local government, if there are something like that. And if they would, at one or other stage, would like to share that with us. Then I also want to say that from the local government perspective, we all know that there are a lot of problems as being identified by the Public Service Commissioner in their presentation, by the colleagues in the press all over. We are dealing with this because of what is going on in local government. But we also know that local government is very much regulated by legislation. Now, the way I understand it, and maybe I need some more clarity on that, the way I understand it is this bill now is giving the mandate to the Public Service Commission to include local government, which I don't have a problem with. What I do want to understand is, because I didn't have the time to study the specific bill in detail, so I don't have that knowledge. But in what way will that dovetail and or take away or add to the oversight or the certain things, specifically the monitoring and consequence management of the parts that's already part of the Systems and the Structures Act? Then also in line with that, I do understand that it is a process, as well explained, and in the presentation has been referred to medium and long-term goals. I would like to know, does the Service Commission has an idea at this stage in terms of time, how long will be a medium and how long will be the long-term goals? And then the consequence management thing is a big thing, and it's been addressed by my two previous colleagues. But I think the urgency and the importance of that needs to be stressed. And I would like to get some information from the Public Service Commission onto what level. I know, and I've seen, and I've noted that it said that will give this act will give them the mandate to act on findings. They monitor, they do inspections, they can give proposed measures, and they can direct, but they can act on consequences. And I would like to know if there's clarity in the mind of the Commission on how this will be done. Because at this stage, this is one of the big issues in local government, as you've already heard, that there's very little consequence management. And then the last question, Chair, is in my understanding and has been referred to by Honourable Xhariep about the IMSI bill. Now, when we had the IMSI bill, for the committee, there was also reference made to the standards, norms and standards that we would need to be strengthened and to be clear, so that there can be sort of a benchmark or a threshold. And that was also with the Department of Public Service and Administration, not so sure with the Commission. But I would like to know if the Commission is going to play a role in creating that, or already have that and reviewing that, and in which way does it dovetail and have a role in this whole section of professionalizing the local government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Labuskaghni. Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to fellow members of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings to Prof, leading the Public Service Commission, and fellow commissioners and all other officials. May I give my input in the following order? I'm happy I'm a public management student, so this is my line of work. What I've picked up, which you need to be aware of as the Commission, is that now that you are coming into the space of local government, which means you need to harmonize your constitutional mandates that grants the PSC to function in the space of local government, but harmonizing that with Chapter 7 of local government, especially the part that says local government shall be autonomous in their function. That statement is loaded because what it does, it sort of wards off any external force that is seeking to come into the local sphere and trying to make any form of intervention. Because at local sphere, we're making bylaws, and these bylaws inform our mandate of what we can do and what we must do before we can inherit either concurrent function or mandates that come from national and provincial. So that can introduce a clash of laws and policies and the issue of domain, whereby local government feels that it is their domain, so they do as they please. Here you are also coming with a constitutional mandate which grants you, so which means we need to clear the domain, the constitutional mandates, the bylaws, and the powers thereof of the local sphere versus that of the Public Service Commission. Also, another aspect that you need to take cognizance of, we are guided at a local sphere by the IDPs, Integrated Development Plans, which gets approved at municipal councils. And once they are approved at municipal council, it becomes the Bible of the municipality to be implemented within each and every financial year. So anything that is outside that scope, obviously it will be left outside because it is more of an addition, but which is not mandated. So you need to make sure, how does PSC interventions informs also IDP plans of local government, because that's what guides local government if you are coming into their space. I must also mention the issue of Amakosi. This is an interesting one for me. In 30 years, since you are a public service, I think I've found the institution that is responsible for defining Amakosi outside the institutional arrangement of the state and the legislative environment of the state. Why? Because in 30 years, as we review the white paper on local government, we picked up that there's almost zero mention of Amakosi being part of the statutory arrangement. As a result, Amakosi at the local sphere, they find themselves having no role to play, no powers to play into dictating development agenda in their own domain, in their own jurisdiction, which they are sharing with the municipalities. And this is an error in law, which I said I coined it as a deliberate error in law, because for 30 years we've been having constitutional reviews, but we never thought of reviewing the constitution to accommodate Amakosi so that they can have their powers, their jurisdiction, so that they can function concurrently or with or inside the local sphere of government, to the point that it has actually created an unintended a consequence of elevating a councillor in a local sphere over above Inkosi, Induna, and a king. Because all that institution has no powers and has no role, legally speaking. I'm not talking about lip service in this case. Let me go on and also raise a point of policy choices that are made by a national government. They are clashing with the bylaws which are made by local government. So you will have a situation whereby national makes a policy directive which must be implemented by the local sphere, but you find that at the local sphere, the cycle of local government election is running in cross purpose with the cycle of national and provincial, which then leaves a deferred functioning or deferred mandating of the local sphere. By the time the new national and provincial leadership comes in, the local government probably would be exiting an old leadership into a new one that would be coming. And every time they're working in cross purpose, because the mandate that comes from national and province may not be carried out at a local sphere by virtue of the cycle of election, which is affecting that institution. But I also would like us to define now much more clearer the issue of separation of powers. The issue of separation of powers in the spheres of the state, national, provincial, and local, and then the tiers of the state, your judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. We have a problem with the judges, the judicial system, because we don't get to vote for them. They are only appointed by the president and based on their learnings and offerings. But we are now able to influence their decisions, and sometimes that decision impacts on public service. And after that, you find that they are unfunded mandate. The executive cannot be dictated to by the judiciary because of the autonomous space that they are functioning in. But I find it also very contradicting because the president is the one that appoints judges. And then the judges, they will also sow into office the president. And now the question is, where is the separation of powers? When judges are now making their own judgments, are they not lenient to the president by virtue of him being the one who is appointing them? I find that very questionable. Also, in the public service, I think I request that you also work on the issue of powers, positions, and principles, because we've got officials who are powerful, who've got positions, but with no principles, which is deliberately left by the public service framework. And then those officials are very dangerous. Then you have these ones who've got principles and positions, but no powers. And those are frustrated officials who will never be able to execute any of their mandates. Then also your coming into the space of local government is now going to redefine entities of the state, especially that are falling under COCTA and public service, public administration portfolios, because we've got portfolio entities that are reporting to us. But now that you are, which means indirectly it makes you to be one of the entities or institutions that we need to hear to or report to, and also them reporting to the portfolio committee. But also you need to take into cognizance the review of white paper on local government, because what is going to be coming in that review from Amakosi is that we are seeking our role and our position, our powers, our jurisdiction from the white paper and also from the constitution. Because when you study chapter 12, it has only 2 paragraphs, which is an error also we've committed in 30 years. How can Amakosi have 2 paragraphs in the history of this country wherein we used to have a department called constitutional development? What I've seen in 30 years, we've never developed the constitution to ensure that at least chapter 12 has at least more clauses or paragraphs which are institutionalizing the traditional leaders framework or institution, so that we clarify the roles, because these are clashing directly at the local sphere, and we have not done any justice as public service to assist in that regard. In terms of service delivery at local government, these are the hotspot issues you need to take into consideration. The issue of hostel dwellers and Amakosi is a hot potato, especially in Gauteng, where these communities are in transit. They come from other provinces into this province of Gauteng. When they settle there, they used to be labor reserve for mines. And now that they are defined either as independent community because they're not integrated to the township, but at the same time, also they are in the township. So we need to clarify how to integrate, because they sometimes don't get services that are coming from the municipality, because the nature in which they were coined is such that they were created by the private sector, but they were left as a package for local government, which is an issue. The issue of land, for me, is going to be the hot potato. Public service has failed us on the issue of land. The issue of land it never gets discussed in public, and the issue of land as a result, even up till today, Amakos are still waiting for their land and it is not returned. People have lodged land claims. They are not coming because the private sector, they are using their power of money to suspend certain decision of government to rather prioritize economic generation, land pockets, as opposed to bringing land back to their rightful claimants. Another part that you need to address as Public Service Commission is the misalignment of department. For me, this is a question. How do you have land portfolio? You separate it from COGTA, which COGTA has Amakos who are in need of land, but you separate those. But you also take agriculture, which is happening on land, but you separate it from land. And when you have land-related issues at Department of Agriculture, you have to drop agriculture and go to land and address those issues, which may take forever. You take the issue of minerals, which is also on land.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm beginning to worry that you are straying further away from the issue of the mandate in question. Issue of human settlement, hostels, land, mineral rights. I think we are getting a bit out of where we're supposed to be. Please try and round up.
Okay, fine. I was saying misalignment of departments. So I'm raising departments that should be together, but they're divided into small pockets and they're creating a mismatch in terms of working. The issue of public service contracting their function to private sector is a serious issue. At which point are we really taking private sector and say they must render certain services to the state, whereas the state is mandated to do exactly what the private sector is given? Because what we end up having is that we're losing a lot of money as a state into private sector, and eventually we don't get value for the money because private sector, they prioritize profits over and above actually service. But also another point for me, public service, in terms of the judicial sector, you have Roman, Dutch, and British law, which is used as an arbiter for adjudicating issues of the state. But these laws were premised upon foreign culture. At which point are we going to have native laws that are developed and codified according to African native culture, so that certain matters that are native related can be addressed? The issue of traditional courts cannot be attended to by Roman, Dutch, and British law because they have a foreign culture which is foreign to our natives. This is an issue that we need to dwell and pay attention much on. And our minerals, as a last point for me, it is a national asset. But why are we keep on exporting our minerals instead of adding value as a state so that we can derive value and more money to render service delivery? Thank you.
No, Honorable Mtetwa, I think we should be a bit sensitive. The focus on today's presentation is the Public Service Commission. In particular, their new expanded role over municipalities. That is where we are focusing on, and that is the part that is relevant. Now, to bring in broader political issues in relation to the constitutional framework, the role of judiciary, the issues of land, issues of human settlement, I think we're straying much further away from what we're supposed to be doing. Now, we obviously allow members to express themselves because this is why we are here as parliamentarians. But I think we need to keep to the focus of the discussion. And therefore, I will rule that the Public Service Commission should not stray into entertaining debate on the issues that you have raised around the issue of hostels, human settlement, integration of settlements, the issue of the constitutional framework upon which our democracy is based, and the issue of Roman Dutch law, the issue of the role of the judiciary, except only where it is relevant for purposes of the Public Service Commission to comment, but more particularly in terms of its role over the issues of their supervision of the municipalities. And therefore, the issues of mineral rights, the extent to which all of these might be matters of interest for parliamentarians to debate is not questionable. What is an issue here is the relevance of those issues in the discussion that we have. And I'm putting this on because I'm also requesting other members not to stray into debating any of these issues, but to focus on what the mandate is about. So I will request that the Public Service Commission refrain from commenting on any of those issues. There are enough issues to be raised at this level, and so I'd like us to try and focus on that. There were two hands which I'm not sure whether they feel they are covered at this point. Honorable Buthelezi had his hand up. Honorable Sompa had her hand up. If you still wish to make comments, please unmute and indicate. If you are covered,
No.
please also indicate. Thank you.
Okay, Chair. Thank you very much. I think I'm covered by complete. Sorry, I think I'm covered by Honorable Kalipi. But my issue was to ask the PSC, and let me also welcome the presentation about the capacity in terms of the staff, and then in their report of the SG, she also mentioned a lot of municipalities that are have done corruption and mismanagement of funds. I just want to check with the PSC if they have those municipalities, and what are they doing about them, and how many cases or how many are they investigating in terms of these issues that were mentioned by the AG? Because out of those 200 and something municipalities that we have, only 66, like Honorable Mkaripe have mentioned. Now, the issue is what is the plan? What are they doing? How far are they in terms of those issues or cases that they are having? Thank you very much.
Honorable Shenge.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will just show you my face, and then if you will allow me to switch off some still car. Maybe I would like to start by just thanking, of course, Professor Fikeni and the team, a very big team and a very impressive team. But as I say, Baba Fikeni, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. But we look forward really to this collaboration. Then I must specifically thank the presentation. It was comprehensive, in-depth, insightful. So we really thank you for that. And I think really as this committee, we can especially expansion of the mandate for the PSC to incorporate local, because we know that is the most potent interface of service delivery. So I think it can only be welcomed, and we must feel emboldened, Chair, because of the expansion, and it will help tremendously our role of oversight. Then I think, Chair, the one thing a lot has been covered, and there's no point in repeating. I will just touch on one or two. I hope I will survive the network because it's been in and out. I hope I'm audible at the moment, Chair.
Shenge, you are audible. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So then I think that one of my comments is that we have seen one thing, Professor Fikeni and the team, that which is very persistent despite legislation, and the issue of politicization of institutions right across. I just would like to understand is what are you going to do to ring fence the PSC? Okay, I mean our efforts towards completely depoliticizing it, because that really becomes something which takes the wind out of the sails if it's not attended to. The other point, which I also won't talk much on, but I can just reiterate, really, the silence is deafening on Amakosi, going to be very persistent. So I concur fully. I won't go for the whole ambit of my comment on Amakosi, but it's something that at each and every opportunity we need to raise, because my argument is that, and other people, is that legislation before was not really focusing and going and deep diving into incorporating Amakosi. If anything, they actually were more and more pushed to the fringes. And this cannot be, because Amakosi are not relics of the past. They are very real. If you look at the local level, especially, the number of people under Amakosi across the board is massive. And I think I saw a research somewhere which read that in South Africa, without Amakosi at the local level, it will be really, all efforts will be rendered futile. So I just think that it will be very helpful that more and more, not just to your PSC, we will always, the members on this committee are always raising that issue, as it is the right place to raise it. That you will find that there are a couple of lines only on Amakosi, or when you ask, then they say, oh, that's a good idea. We need to be more proactive now as far as Amakosi are concerned. I think that is patently clear, Chair. Then the last question for me, Chair, because as I said, I've cancelled all the others because they've been raised already. How far does the mandate of the PSC go? Because we know that these problems, corruption, consequence management, especially we talk about that all the time on this committee. So I would like to know how far does their mandate go, especially where there is persistent failure, or there are flaws that are persistent in the work that they do, because without, I think, that the mandate going that far, of course, in collaboration with the likes of ourselves and oversight, I think it will really dilute their efforts to a large extent. Chair, I will pause there for now. As I said, I've cancelled all the other questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Nkosi. The presentation has been quite rich and very informative. I want to say thank you very much to the Public Service Commission for this. And let me say also that it has raised a lot of interest, provoked a lot of thinking amongst the members of the Portfolio Committee. I cannot say that we have answered all the questions that we have raised. I can say, though, that we are better informed as the committee. And I think since this is a new area, it also is going to keep us thinking on a number of areas. But let me just add on the comments that the members have made by saying that we welcome the new role of the Public Service Commission over the municipalities. As our legal team has indicated, and also your presentation shows, there are a lot of role definitions that are going to be important in this exercise. It may take a while before you can ultimately settle on what the proper mandate will be. We believe that what is most important is for the Public Service Commission to exercise its skills and ability abilities onto areas where it will be most effective and most suitable to participate in, so that we can avoid duplication and getting the Public Service Commission stretched beyond its own resources, but therefore becomes ineffective in what it's trying to do. So having welcomed then the role over the municipalities, which we agree is in line with the Constitution, however, there are a number of areas which the members have pointed out. I want to say that for us, the major problem in municipalities would relate to dysfunctional municipalities, poor governance, corruption, poor service delivery that emanates from poor management of finances, poor planning, poor maintenance, and quite often poor skills match amongst the people who are in the positions vis-a-vis the jobs that they have to execute. So these for us are the broad issues that we have to face up to. And as a result, you have service delivery affected. So the problem for us is not so much the diagnostic, but the treatment. In other words, we're not unable to explain why there are service delivery lapses. So we don't believe that more needs to be spent on trying to find out what is wrong rather than on what has to be done to make sure it is right, things are done properly, and that the wrong things are prevented from happening. So the major weakness in the entire system is consequence management. Can the Public Service Commission structure itself in such a way that where it is focusing, it's got a mechanism of urging, forcing, coercing, ensuring, encouraging whoever the authorities are, and maybe in its own accord, to ensure consequences for transgressions. If the Public Service Commission is able to get us to that point, then most of our problems will be sorted out. So the issues that the members have raised, which I also want to underline, is that there has to be a very clear role definition between the role of the Public Commission vis-a-vis municipal jurisdiction. Councils have to do a lot of the things themselves, and therefore, what is it that the Public Service Commission will do that's not already being done by the councils? I think we need to find a way to define the role of the Public Service Commission to be an overarching agent of government on specified areas which do not infringe on municipal authority, in the sense of between the PSC and the municipality, who is supposed to do this particular responsibility. Like you have, for example, the Auditor General, whatever you can do, the role is clear. The role of SAPS, the police, is clear. The role of Public Protector is clear. So when we deal with the Public Service Commission, we should then say its role is clear irrespective of the authority of the municipality. So I looked at the legislation. I hope it is able to get us to that point. So I think it's going to be very important that we must spend a bit of time to separate it from other agents. So, for example, the Public Service Commission will have a role to do investigations in municipalities. But I think it should be clear to us all that it will not do financial auditing, so that there's no overlap with the Auditor General, with the role of the Auditor General in the municipality. So that needs to be clear so that you don't have the two reports on the same issue coming from two different authorities. Because it would be duplication and a waste of resources. I think the one area which the Public Service Commission will have a much better focus and has capacity to deal with that, at least its orientation, is on the major issues that relate to human resource management and development, which we believe that the Public Service Commission is most suited to deal with. So we should, for example, say the Public Service Commission should be able to have a role in doing a skills profile on all municipalities' management. So a municipality sitting there will have the Public Service Commission going through it and making a skills profile of all of those and making a comment that you've got a municipal manager who has got 2 years experience in a municipality that would have actually had someone with experience of 10 years. That you have got a CFO who's got a Bachelor of Arts degree, when in fact the CFO should be having a BCom accounting or whatever. Then it should also be able to do the audit of all the skills that the municipality has. And in that process, decide that those skills are actually what the municipality actually requires. And then they must also then have the capacity to intervene and accord penalties where there is inappropriate appointments done, where unsuitable managers have been appointed. The Public Service Commission should have capacity to intervene and actually ensure that there are penalties for someone who gets to appoint a person that by experience or qualifications in all assessment is actually not suitable. Once there's a clear incentive that is being policed, this problem that is actually causing municipalities to flounder will actually come to an end, because it will be clear you can do it, you will be found out, there'll be action on you, and therefore that appointment will be stopped. And then someone will be able to say, because if all you need to appoint is a council that will get a presentation, when people vote for that to say it is correct, then the question should be, why did you vote for someone to be appointed when you could see that there were certain shortfalls in the qualification that they have, and therefore there's a penalty to that. Then I think if you can go in that direction, there is some way of being able to deal with the problem, which is what we're having here. Because if there is no disincentive to the action, then the worrying about the consequences of the wrong decisions is too late. We need to be able to find a way to stop the decision being taken, maybe not stop, but being able to punish if you took it. And that, I think, is one area that we must find out how do we deal with that. And then, of course, we need to find a way the Public Service Commission can play a role on something that's in outcry at the moment, tracking and prevention of transgressing managers who go job hopping. So they move from job to job, but they've also been causing problems, and there's no way of tracking what they've been doing, but there's record somewhere that they did something wrong, but then there's no record where they are going, that in fact they should not have been considered. So if we can have a system that does that, already the Cooperative Ministry is trying to do that, but it's one of the things that is important for us to be able to deal with the municipalities, because it's a preventative measure that maybe Public Service Commission can actually sit and focus on as such. Then the issue of a register of qualified managers who can then make it possible for them to be appointed as administrators. We discussed this thing when we look at the MC bill, and the issue here is, where do you find qualified administrators that you can use, deploy around and move from one area to the other? Where would you find people who are suitable for appointment as municipal managers who have got proven experience that you can find them in a kind of database. This is one of the things. And as somebody said that the Association of Town Clerks used to do this, play this role, whatever format of it, but not necessarily being a gatekeeper, but being an issue of a quality assurance that when somebody has been checked, they can be found in this register. It is then possible to go and appoint amongst those kinds of people. So I'm saying for all of these things, the Public Service Commission should at least have some teeth to ensure consequence management and actions for the non-performers. Now, and we make this example because we had this discussion in one municipality. 5 disclaimers on the Auditor General's report. The same CFO is still in office. 5 years later, 5 disclaimers later, the same office is the same individual is still in the office. Now, it's no longer about this particular individual to stay in office. It's also about the supervisors. Where were they when this non-performer has been continuously and successfully bringing the municipality to a disclaimer? So here, if you don't have capacity for consequence management at this level, then it doesn't matter what your diagnosis is, you will not be able to assist. Then there also the other aspect, which I think you've touched on it, and I believe you need a little bit more strength in this area, the area of ethical leadership, particularly incorporating political leaders, that is on the conduct of leaders in the municipality. So there must be a way of eliminating political interference so that the role between administration and political lines is defined by a particular relationship. But the level of interference needs to be stopped, and there has to be a way of being able to do that if the municipalities must be successful. So the elimination of political interference, particularly on issuing illegal instructions. And this is what I think it was the Auditor General who gave this example, that somebody was asked to make payments, and they stopped 3 payments, but the one they had to pay. And when they asked why, the CFO said, "This one I had to pay." And this again is an issue of how do we stop it, and can the Public Service Commission play a role at that level? The point of politicization of municipal services has been raised, and the professionalization has been raised. But I also want to move on to talk about the implementation of surcharges against ill-advised decisions, particularly taken against legal advice, administrative advice, so that we raise the cost of political decisions that have caused negative consequences to the municipality. It must first be costly for the political decision to be taken by those who do, so that the effect of it in the municipality can actually be prevented. Then, if I were to move on, the other aspect which I believe is important, those of us who have been long in the civil service would remember something that used to be called Chapter J. And every now and again, we talk about how the need for returning or bringing back Chapter J. Now, Chapter J for the younger civil servants was a chapter in the Public Service Code that defined how you structure civil service. If you got a chief director, so many deputy directors, so many directors, etc., etc. So you would therefore end up with a framework that structured the size of the offices and prevented a possibility of bloating outside, a prescribed formula of how you expand the civil service. It was necessary to throw that away during the time of transition because there were lots of things that had to be adjusted. Otherwise, there would not have been any transformation of the civil service at that time. However, at this point, having been around, I see that there is a need to standardize the framework of municipal structures in line with the resources and the rules. Now, to have the municipal manager that earns 3 times, let me say, that earns more than the president is not so much the problem. But the question is whether shouldn't we be having a standardized thing that allows you a framework within which, if you are the municipal manager of this size municipality, this is what your range of salary should be. And therefore the same that goes to lower levels. Now, in some of the areas, you'll find that poorer municipalities have got lower paying municipal management positions. But in a way, you also want to avoid having such a huge salary bill on people who have got very little resources to be able to conduct their service delivery programs. So how do we create a kind of standardized framework that does not allow anyone to blow the size of the municipal structure out of proportion to what is really necessary in that particular area? Then the other issue, which I think is your role, is the balancing of the use of consultants by municipalities versus building state capacity. So if, for example, the Public Service Commission were to take up the task and say, what the AG is saying that 219 municipalities are utilizing consultants, but the numbers, the proportion of consultants is the same today, 2023-24, as it was in 2013, 2014, 10 years later. Now, why has we ended up with consultants being a permanent feature when they were supposed to be a temporary intervention? And therefore, focus on how to take this issue as a particular program for the intervention of the Public Service Commission. And of course, you need a role definition. What do you monitor? What do you monitor, versus the various other, other parts of the government? The municipal council monitors and, investigates certain things. Cooperative does the same, Treasury does the same, SIU does the same, SAPS does the same, the monitoring department of the presidency does the same. What will you do different so that there's no overlap? And how do you collaborate so that you know that what you are investigating is not actually already being done by others? I think that needs to be clearly sorted out. Then there should also be a structured reporting framework of the PSC to the committee, like the AG does. We always know once in a year or maybe twice we can actually invite the AG to come and do a presentation. Would you have a structured arrangement also with the PSC so that you know there's a PSC report that comes, so we wait for it insofar as it relates to Cooperative and municipalities at a certain level. The last point has been raised, it's just a matter of emphasis, the issue of the role of Amakosi. I'm glad that you have not forgotten this, because the issue of training, the definition of their roles, the capacity they need, and all of that is very, very important, so that their roles right now they're involved in land use planning, some of the service delivery issues, public order and all of that. So they need to be a structured curriculum that helps them to be able to do the basics. Now, as you know, some of them are not having the same level of education, but it's not just Amakosi. There's Induna, there are also members of those families that have to be also trained as social development workers somehow. So I think it's also something that the members have said. I just want to underline. Let me hold it at that, and then we're going to ask you to make comments. But I see Honorable Telezi. I'm not sure whether you have a new hand or Selekasi hand. Gossip Telezi.
Thank you so much, Chair Toabe. It's a new hand because there's something I felt was really burning me, and it slept in the cracks, but it's not long. Just one point. I really feel, and I have mentioned it.
We lost you, Nkosi. You did mention that you had a challenge with the connectivity.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Yes, sorry, Chair. I was just saying there's something maybe I would like the Prof and their team also And I feel it should really be it should be on the radar because I'm always asking the question, Chair, why should councillors who sit on the council just be immune? And because if you look at, maybe shouldn't we look seriously at how the boards of companies are operating, because some of these councillors have sat there for a period of 5 years, and some of them actually have even been found guilty of corruption, but they are sitting there. And I think there has got to be a way to sift out these councillors, because they must be jointly and severally responsible for the. I know they are deployed by the parties, but if they bring the rod to those councils, because at times you wonder, when there is a persistent violation, where are the councillors who really should also be there playing an oversight role? I just thought, Chair, I feel very strongly that maybe, if nothing else, as I've mentioned it before, it must be put on the radar. You cannot have a situation where the same group is there and they're taking important decisions, but there is persistent problems like corruption and all that. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to just state that.
Thank you very much, Nkosi Buthelezi. Professor Figeni, let's allow you and your team to reflect on the questions.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for these insightful comments and questions. Through these comments and questions, you have actually answered some of the questions that were raised by Dr. Sidibe and by the Commission itself. And we will endeavor to answer some of these questions. Some of them, as you indicated, are long-term. This is the beginning of a relationship that we will be working closely with you. Also, just be reminded that these constitutional bodies are created as extensions of Parliament. And as such, we can be utilized by Parliament. We are not separate from the oversight and accountability ecosystem. It is very important. And I like how Fatima, in her opening remarks, she actually emphasized that part, that now you have in your toolbox an additional ammunition. We will be sharing methodologies of how we do the citizens forums, which is quite different from just the oversight visits, and also how we write some of the reports and the templates that we use. So we are your extended arm. The genius of the PSC, how it was crafted in the Constitution, is that now, even if you have a problem that is in local government department or in municipalities once this act is approved, because we are linked to all other national departments, provincial departments, it makes it very easy to connect the dots and say, this relates to rural development and land reform, this relates to human settlement, and we transmit it directly to that, because per month we do meet at least with 4 ministers. And we do meet with the premiers, we do meet with the legislatures in the provinces and so forth. So that is in itself, I think, the most important thing to observe here. Because at times you would be frustrated as one person comes and say, I'm only dealing with this part. I'm only dealing with this department. With the PSC, its transversal approach and footprint makes your work easier, because you can send us and say, there's something that pertains to defense. There's something that goes into the mining industry. So the Department of Mining, can you talk to them and so forth, without having to go to another committee, but you just ask for those questions and we go and be your runners and collect them. As we try to answer these questions, I think the most fundamental question or intervention made was the chairperson, Honorable Mkhize. It's not the diagnosis of the problem. We have overdiagnosed the problem. We know what it is. We know what the AG says year in, year out. We know what the Human Rights Commission reports say, what the PSC reports at times say. And it is for that reason that PSC, in its repositioning a few years ago, we decided let's have a lot more developmental approach, because we're also empowered to suggest the reorganization of the public sector. So that developmental approach has been very much helpful, because we build relationships and then we begin to do some work. As such, SALGA has been calling us, and certain municipalities help us or explain this professionalization. And at times we've been working with the National School of Government in the training, because we're involved in training when they invite us on areas of our specialty. So that, to me, I think is the key issue of the medicine, the treatment, than the diagnosis, which we all know, which we all agree. The second one is the issue of the delineation of roles. You will be happy to learn that Public Service Commission belongs to a forum of institutions supporting democracy, which is called the Forum of Institutions Supporting Democracy. We sit together with the Auditor General, with the Public Protector, with the Human Rights Commission, with the CRL Commission, with ICASA, with other entities in that fold, with the Gender Commission, as constitutional bodies to compare notes. And nothing has exercised our mind in those forums, which we have also created in the provinces, than the issue of let's avoid overlapping or saturation of roles. Let's work on complementarity. So that in itself, I think, is very clear in our minds. We would never duplicate what the other entity is doing. And we've been working towards that. After all, given our fiscal challenges, where we are borrowing 2 billion rands per day and sometimes using 1.1 or 1.2 billion the same day to service that debt, the issue of efficiency with great impact is very much important and up high in our mind in anything that we do. In fact, it's part of the constitutional values and principles of Section 195 of Chapter 10 of the Constitution to say public sector should be efficient in the use of resources. And you are very correct, Chairperson, in saying our space will also be largely on the human resource development aspect or dealing with career incidents. Up to this point, people at the municipal level, unlike departments, if they were frustrated by their municipalities and there was injustice, they either had to go to CCMA or to go to courts, which are very expensive, but in the public sector, they can come for free to the Public Service Commission to say, I've tried everything internally and I've exhausted everything. I have no money to go to the courts, and the PSC steps in to look into those matters. So we will be coming into that particular space as well. On the issue of Amakosi, which has been coming again and again, you'll be very happy to hear this one. PSC, since its establishment in 1912, last year we embarked, after receiving a number of complaints or service delivery issues channeled through Amakosi, we embarked on a meeting with the kings and queens of the country right across provinces. And one of the reasons is to create, working together with COGTA, working together with DPSA. We've met with the ministers, we've briefed them on this, a one-stop shop
where if people bring service delivery challenges into a particular king or queen or traditional leader, they do not have to be told, it's not our department, it's not our department, it's not our department. This one-stop shop, they will simply say, these are the issues. You will see how you sift them into the departments for efficiency of services, which should be brought to rural areas, which in every statistics that you find that the poorest of all the regions in the country tend to be in the deep rural areas which are under Amakosi. And even when you see the urban sprawl, the expansion of informal settlements, in expansion of the demands for housing, it comes from this neglect of rural areas, and people then become economic refugees into the cities. And if you were to address that part, you will also be addressing that particular problem, which is actually reinforcing intergenerational poverty and unemployment in those areas. Then, on the issue of the tracking of transgressing managers, we are working with DPSA, we are working even with the the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, we are working with the relevant departments and the National School of Government to come up with an integrated system. No entity has been so much affected than the PSC, which has to deal with the aftermath of this HOD, this DDG, this DG, who was expelled in province A. They reappear as a born again in another province. Then they are expelled in that province. They reappear even in a more senior position. In fact, in one meeting I had with one minister of a department where they were now dealing with the crisis of a person who had been removed from one province, went to another, became an HOD, got removed and suspended. And now this person had become a DG. Well, one of the few countries where you fail upwards. When you fail, you get upgraded. So we then have been working with these departments to say, let's have a biometric system. Let's have integrated data system, not only for employment, including immigration, including businesses when people have done something wrong and so forth. Then you'll begin to have a system, even if people connive around the table and they want to deploy this one or they want to put that one, the computer will say, not this one. This one is blacklisted for the following reasons. So that in itself will be a game changer, and it should not just be confined to COCTA, it should be government-wide, wherein if you've done something wrong, the same way as your pedophiles, the same way as the sex offenders, the same way, if you have that integrated system, and this time is even AI empowered because the algorithms can sort of take all these data around this person, then we will have eliminated most of the challenges of people who keep refurbishing themselves in order to start again with their mischief in other departments. Same with the register of the qualified managers and admin. The professionalization framework has asked the PSC to form a panel of experts. And we have been in discussions with professional bodies such as SAICA, such as the Engineering Council, and with even professional bodies such as SAPAM now, to say, let's have a register of qualified persons with their experiences so that when there's a need, and I think the issue of administrators would then come in that space. And if an administrator has been deployed elsewhere, a tracking system to assess how that administrator performed, so that if they become a dismal failure, we do not have to redeploy them elsewhere or send them elsewhere. But that database should be based on competence and strict professionalism and nothing else, not political or any other thing. So that in itself, I think, comes into that. We just signed an MOU with the South African Qualifications Authority, SAQA, at our offices. And it is part of this exercise to say, as we're moving into the issue of skills profile, as we're moving into the other issues, one of the issues we've identified as the PSC, which has been quite cancerous. Once people design an advert and they write, these are the qualifications needed, then they put this most dangerous statement after putting qualifications, any other relevant or qualifications, without explaining what that any other. That's where now a philosopher becomes a CFO. That's where a priest becomes an accountant. Because the any other without being defined to delineate what is the any other. And we're working with SAQA, we're working, with the National School of Government. We met with the Forum of Universities to say, let's begin to tighten that space so that this any other relevant, which has become a backdoor channel through which people are smuggled into positions that they are not fit for, and they end up relying and over-relying on consultants. So we are in that particular space. And I will just run through some, and my colleagues will also take some of these. We are working on the anti-corruption. Since 2004, the anti-corruption hotline was given to the PSC. And whenever we see this belongs to the police, this belongs to the SIU, this belongs to this department, this belongs to that, we're working with them, including the intelligence. So when it comes to fighting corruption, we have now even partnered with the Presidential Anti-Corruption Advisory Committee. We are working with those agencies. So fighting corruption, working together will simply be easier because it's a space we're already working in. It's a space we've already had networks with. Some of the cases come, we say this is for the public protector, we forward it to that particular, public protector. On the question which Honorable Sompa Maseu raised, AG cases in municipalities, because our bill is still a bill, has not been enacted, we have not yet acted in the space of cases raised by the AG in municipalities. Yes, we've been in interaction with SALGA, but we have not yet ventured into that space. There is one recurring question that has been raised. Do you have the capacity? We've been very open, frank, in our submissions, even in the bill itself, where you have to look at the economic feasibility. We do not have, at this point, all the resources, to expand to local government. But the bill was approved on an understanding that finance or finances will then be added, and we will then look at the structure expanding. We've been talking with Mauritius, which already has PSC looking into local government. We've been meeting with different countries, ambassadors as well as agencies to that effect. UNDP, we've met with the World Bank and their studies across the world on governance. We met with the Singapore ambassador, Japanese ambassador, Netherlands, Denmark, and so forth. All of them with one common question: how are you monitoring local government and the public sector in general? And how can you help resource us, even with the technologies, such as the integrated approach? So we are in that fast learning curve. So when resources are made available, we will surely extend ourselves into that particular, space. The enforcement mechanism that Honorable Van Zyl asked. Indeed, when we meet as Chapter 9, Chapter 10 institutions, Chapter 13, we decry the fact that implementation has been a challenge because how Constitution was designed. It was designed such that we make the findings, at times we do the enforcement, but more importantly, the ecosystem of the executive, whether it's a minister or it's an MMC or it is an MEC, enforcing and following up on those. The issue of parliament or legislatures also following up on those makes this combined assurance in terms of enforcement far more effective. But here is the promising part. Of late, PSC findings have been taken to court by people who want to review them even when they are on the wrong. Successively now, courts have made what becomes a case law, that even if it was recommendation, though directions are even higher grade, they are enforceable immediately. No entity can ignore those recommendations. They should give a response. And more recently in the Free State, the finding has been that a higher court on a matter involving a department. So this is adding to the muscle that we have, the case laws that have come to show that you can't ignore a constitutional body the same way the public protector could not be ignored in the past. And we do have commissioners in the provinces, indeed. They are also working with those particular forums. And the politicization, it's clear in the bit where we said commissioners cannot and should not be politicized. They should be professionals above board, knowing that they are dealing with a constitutional body. Not only have we done that internally, we have since approved a code of conduct that reinforces, among other things, ethical conduct, but also being apolitical, not being involved in politics of any kind or holding a position. So that in itself, we already have that because we know the implications of having something that has, encroachment into politics, especially dealing with the human resources issues, which are this delicate. The issue of avoiding duplication, as I've already indicated, that we are working with the AG, with the public protector, with other agencies to make sure that we do not duplicate. The issue of gender balance, Honorable Kalipi, indeed, it is in your hands. Each letter we write to the legislatures in the provinces, to the National Parliament Portfolio Committee nationally, we say, please do make sure that there is diversity in terms of gender, in terms of race, in terms of age group, in terms of regions. And we will continue doing that, but we are not in a position of appointing commissioners. We are on the receiving end. But where we do have the powers to appoint the staff internally, we have a DG who is a woman. We have out of 3 DDGs, 2 women who are DDGs. They are in the majority. And the director of human resource, a woman. So we have quite a hefty number. Even in the provincial directors, we have strived to have such diversity, and in our senior management, where we have the powers to do the work. On the issue of localities, certain departments and units are in the local municipalities, but they belong to the province. For example, in Mandeni, KZN, when we were doing our citizens forum, where we send in officials months ahead of time to investigate issues, to engage communities, engage departments, resolve issues. By the time we meet, we're talking report back. There we were told there is a clinic which was always not having medicine. This clinic in Mandeni also was supposed to be open 24/7, but it was closing at 3 p.m. So when we engaged with the province and engaged with the municipality, because we already meet and involve municipalities in all our citizens' forums, even before the bill was before Parliament, we're working with them. That particular clinic, by the time we went for citizens' forum, it was now operating the full force. It now had the medicine because we can link up to the department. We can even go to the national department if it was a policy issue. So that's the versatility of, that's the versatility of the PSC, and that's where it becomes very much important to work with the PSC, and you send us into all those. Consequence management, I've already explained that, and we're very strict. We even have powers to subpoena ministers, to subpoena officials. One HOD in one province tried to ignore our subpoena, and we just opened the case. That's when the MEC said, please, the person will go alone to court. We are not part of this because some people have not taken us seriously. But right now, I can tell you that everybody stands up and take notice of what we're doing. But more importantly, relationship building, as our presentation was saying, is key, because we realized if we have this developmental approach to say, we've come to assist you to improve your systems, rather than to say, I got you once things have gone wrong, because the damage is already done at that particular moment. I think the last point that I will raise here is the one of saying, on the issue of the perceived or real conflict between the municipal powers in Chapter 7 and what is contained in Chapter 10. It's often the case that the Constitution might be seen to have some contradictions, the same way it would say private property is protected and still land restitution should take place, but it makes provisions for that. So in this particular case, if it says integrated development plan, that's the sacred, sacrosanct document once approved. The same logic would apply to the district development model, where you would say municipalities are no-go areas. They can't work with the national or provincial department because once they have said we have our IDP, but if we work together, their IDP would not go ahead without factoring all these other plans, because ultimately it is that intergovernmental relation and cooperative governance that makes our government work. No insulated space that should be a cocoon, because it could be a cocoon for corruption, it could be a cocoon for paralysis, but every sector works well when they understand the ecosystem of how, when you complement instead of compete with the other, instead of creating fiefdoms, you become more effective in that sense. So that's why district development model was introduced into those areas, to say, work with all other departments. If a hospital is to be built, the bulk infrastructure municipality has to build. So they can't say our IDP didn't have that. It would just be a question of planning, to say, let each one be transparent to the other. Which is the point that, Honorable Mthethwa was cautioning us on. Indeed, we deal with that all the time, and we resolve that, and it works better when trust and relationship has actually been built. On the white paper, the beauty of the white paper on local government I participated in the launch, is that it is now in for comment. So it means areas that might have been left out, there is an opportunity to include them. For example, the issues of traditional leadership as reflected in Chapter 12. And the beauty, back in the 1990s, mid-90s, I was a research assistant assisting the team that was crafting Chapter 12. I don't know what happened. We had submitted quite an extensive submission. Then it ended up being 2 paragraphs. But that's for another day. But most important, traditional leadership. As the dual authority in local government, we recognize those. And we recognize them for a number of reasons. Here is a scenario. We realize that some kings do have official passports. Some don't. So we said, let's standardize those. And you can't claim these are problems of local. They are in national departments. So we brought in COCTA department, we brought in DERCO, we brought in Home Affairs. And we have intervened in that space. Same with the security of kings. It's a transversal matter wherein there should be some standardization. And we have intervened to a point where now King's Forum, they don't meet without inviting the PSC. That used not to be the case. Because without waiting for any bill, without waiting for anything, we looked at the practicalities of where public service is. And we looked at the practicalities of the staff employed by government supporting traditional leaders, that they ought to be recognized, they ought to be trained the same way. I can't agree with you more as I, conclude to say that standardization of the conditions of service of salaries so that you avoid the abuse in an intuitive manner is quite fundamental, not only for municipalities, but also for state-owned companies, because some of them would benchmark with a company in Germany, with a company in the US, and yet the entity is poorly performing. And they would look for all the JSE and New York Stock Market listed companies and say, this is where my salary will be. So creating a single public service and integrating and standardizing and looking at what has worked elsewhere in the world will go a long way in building the effectiveness of our government. What has killed us now has been the fragmentation. That's where people have been hiding on don't touch my area, and then they continue with their corruption, they continue with their inefficiency. And yet when we look at all other governments and developmental states that have performed, they have standardized. They have not allowed for a loose running where each municipality, even the one that has no revenue base, will just decide to benchmark with a country abroad because that's what is the most favored thing for them. So I will stop there on an understanding that this is the beginning of a long journey. And I will, through you, Honorable Chairperson, ask fellow commissioners as well as DG and your team if there are any other specific areas that you would want to add on, but through you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Professor Figeni. Let's allow the other members that wish to come in if they wish to add on anything.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Professor Figeni, for the responses. I think you've covered most of the areas that we thought we would cover, but there are 2 points I wanted to cover. One is raised by Honorable Labuskaghni around best practices. What we've actually done between the 2 spheres, in other words, national and provincial, with respect to the political and administrative interface.
Let us check who is speaking. I can't spot it on my system.
Oh, it's Commissioner Mavuso.
Commissioner Mavuso, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the matter pertaining to the political and administrative interface in the 2 spheres, in other words, the provincial and national, what we've done, we've ensured that we can be able to create a much more seamless approach, whereupon induction of the different accounting officers and their respective executive authorities that will take place to manage those kinds of relationships. Because what is absolutely important is the curbing of losing of institutional memory, particularly when we have very experienced accounting officers who have to leave for a variety of reasons, especially if there might have been a fallout in their relationships. This we believe we can be able to transfer to local government, whereupon we can be able to assist with what we have learned in these two spheres to be transferred to local government. And we do believe that we can be able to resolve some of the issues, because more often than not, you would find that an executive mayor would be at variance with the municipal manager, and for us that is a perfect recipe for disaster. Once those areas have been resolved, we believe we can be able to go a long way. So we do have what we call best practices insofar as that is concerned. There's a matter that Honorable Mthethwa raised around the autonomy of local government in terms of Chapter 7 of the Constitution. It's a very, very important aspect, because we can't interfere with the constitutional imperatives. In fact, Section 151(4) of the Constitution is very clear. It says, the national or provincial government may not compromise or impede a municipality's ability or right to exercise its powers or perform its functions. However, within the spirit of cooperative governance, we do believe that the responsibility that has been accorded to the Public Service Commission can really come in good stead in making sure that the learned experiences that we've acquired can assist in making sure that there's better governance in the local sphere of government, because it's a very crucial one, as we originally indicated. And for that reason, it won't necessarily be impeding or interfering, but it will be complementing and supplementing and even adding onto what needs to be done to ensure that there's efficiency and effectiveness that will be covering that space of sphere. Truth be told, we can't really be seen to be operating in splendid isolation as the different spheres. That collaboration, cooperation, and working together is absolutely imperative to make sure that we can deal with the rot that has been perceived or have been happening within the local space. I thought I should just add those 2 points, because the others, Professor Fikeni has articulately or maybe well covered those matters, and I'm sure if there's anything that is outstanding, there's going to be further engagements with the portfolio committee in the future. This is our initial engagement. More will be coming, and I'm sure we'll be able to understand and learn each other much more better, and the relationship will be much more strengthened. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? I see.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Professor Makanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As indicated, we really welcome the opportunity that we have of this engagement, with your good selves. The honorable members have raised, critical questions that are obviously assisting us, as the PSC to structure, the way in which this engagement is going to be proceeding beyond today. But there is an element, after the responses that have already been presented by the chair of the PSC and Commissioner of that I would like to add, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. That is the very fact that we are serving as a constitutional body to support the work of the Portfolio Committee, that in instances where there are specific areas where the Portfolio Committee will require us, to go into that specific area, do the work, and present it to the Portfolio Committee, that by all means, we are at your service. So those are important points, that we don't want to lose sight of, because we are already doing it. And you find that with some of the work that we've already produced in some instances, we can then be in a position, time, permitting, that the Portfolio Committee can then arrange that they would like to receive such a report so that they can then interrogate it, from the members of the Public Service Commission. So in that sense, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we see this as an opportunity that is going to be assisting us, to do the work that is desirable, for the sake of ensuring that we get the right things right at the points at which we are supposed to. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Professor Makanya. Honorable Taiposh, I see your hand is up. Okay, let's have Honorable Taiposh. Then I'll get back to Advocate Dinky. Honorable Taiposh, you want to come in before the next commissioner?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, okay. No, I thought the commissioners are finished, but just something that the chairperson, Professor Fikeni mentioned that I wanted to just pick on his brain, Chair. He mentioned Amakosi and he mentioned the Kings and the Kings Forum, which obviously tells me that he knows quite a bit in terms of the traditional affairs. I wanted to find out what do the PSC what is the PSC's feeling in terms of the kings and the chiefs and the queens that have not been rectified, and what do they think about the Act 3 of 2019 and what's going on currently with the Act? If he can just give us his thoughts on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Advocate Dinky, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought I would just come in very briefly to augment the question regarding capacity by way of just giving the statistics, Chair, because I believe our Chairperson and commissioners have responded quite comprehensively. So with regards to the current establishment, we are meant to be 293. That is the total head count. It's inclusive of 14 commissioners as well as 279 officials in terms of the approved structure. But currently we are sitting with only 255 with a vacancy rate of over 13%. And of course, we know that in the Northwest Province, we still need to have a new commissioner appointed there. That is now with regards to the capacity that we have. It is for this reason why, members, that the bill has introduced a provision that allow us progressive implementation of the bill itself. And that is, of course, will enable us to deal with the question of state of readiness. So in terms of the bill, we'll have a period of about 3 years to really start getting ourselves ready to deal with matters in local government. And the second question I thought I would just supplement is with regards to what the bill says about the enforceability of the decisions of the Public Service Commission. So the bill will then assist us to ensure that not only the recommendations, directions, as well as advice become legally enforceable. It in fact says that in instances where the executive authority or any other state official is not in agreement with implementing the decisions of the PSC, they would need to take the matter to court first, so they cannot just ignore it. And that certainly assists us to give us a bit more teeth. So those would be the two areas that I wanted to supplement. And perhaps also it's important to note, members, that with regards to the impartiality and non-partisan requirement of the Constitution for commissioners, as Prof. Fikeni has indicated, what the bill does is that it introduces a cooling off period of about 2 years if you were in an active political office before you can become eligible to be a commissioner. Thank you very much, Chair. Those would be the areas I wanted to supplement. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the commissioners for the responses. Let me give the members the last opportunity for questions that may not be clearly answered or any follow-ups. Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Thanks, Chair. Can we be responded in regards to 14 commissioners. And if you check on the presentation, they indicated that there's no commissioner in Free State. There's a vacant there in Free State. An advocate who just spoke now, the DG, also indicated that the Northwest also been affected. So can we be just clarified in terms of those two vacancies? And also be directed if people of Free State wants to engage with the commission in Free State, is any staff members that are there, and in the absence of the commissioner, what is the way forward in terms of people who want to engage with the commission? The second one, of which all of them, they didn't even attempt to clarify. I know that this is an introductory meeting with the Cooperative Portfolio Committee, but as I stated very early, Chair, that we are also interested on how do they engage with the community. And one of their strategies is to have this citizen forum. And we are very much interested in order for us to encourage our people to be part and parcel of the citizen forum. So earlier on, I asked how do they go about it in order to share the information for us as members of parliament who are also representing the poorest of the poor, who are very frustrated, who wants to engage with the commission. So now, how can one get to know where is the citizen forum, who organize it, in what capacity? You will remember, Chair, we are dealing with so many people, including the MDA board, where we always raise a question or frustration to say, when you are expected to go and do your job at a local level, as the board, you don't have a capacity, you rely on municipalities. So therefore, the purpose of what you want to achieve in order to engage with the community, it becomes fruitless, because you depend on the speakers of the municipality, of which there are so much challenges. So I like to know exactly how do you organize a citizen forum, or how can one, especially the ordinary people of South Africa, the poorest of the poor, if they want to be part and parcel of those citizen forum. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Telezi.
Chair, I would like to just apologize upfront if maybe whilst I was off the radar in terms of network, this was covered, but I feel very strongly about it, and I'm not saying it's at the door of the PSC, but I would like the pronouncement of Professor Fikeni and others, even if don't deal with it now. I'm very, very concerned about the repeat delinquent offenders who sit on the council. I did not hear a response to that unless it happened whilst I was off the network. I really felt that I would like to make sure that we get that out. Thank you, Chair.
I don't see any other hand from the members, so I'm going to ask that the Commissioner Fikeni to do the last response, and then we can close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Perhaps let me start with the last one on the delinquent offenders who sit as councillors. Because PSC is confined to public service, not public office bearers, then COCTA and relevant structures would have to deal with that aspect. And I guess it's also a matter of the internal party arrangement to say, how do we make sure that the lists of people who have been involved in wrongdoing do not make their way back into those spaces. And on the issue of the Free State, Professor Nagedi, who I should introduce, he's here, subsequently was appointed as a commissioner of the Free State after many years, when in fact it was not too many. It's the Mpumalanga which had taken almost 5 years when we're urging. So Prof. Nagedi is not a robot. He's here. He has actually shown his face. He took over in December last year, and therefore we do not have a vacancy there. We're left with the Northwest. Northwest process had reached the president, but the dispute among legislatures led to a situation of the process being reversed and nullified, and they had to start afresh. And we've been reported to that the process is at an advanced stage of selection. So for the first time in a very long while, we will now have 100% commissioner spaces being filled. Whenever there is no commissioner, as is in the case of Northwest, I appoint a caretaker commissioner, as it is the case with Professor Makanya in the Northwest. And this has done wonders. Even in the Free State, when there was no commissioner, I appointed Commissioner Nancy Ngwenya. And when there was no commissioner in Mpumalanga, I appointed Commissioner Skonya of Limpopo to act in that particular space. So we leave no gap. The offices continue to operate, and you have a provincial director. You do have staff members in the offices. So at no time do things stop, even when there is no commissioner at a given time. In as far as the citizens' forums, I will ask Honorable Mkhaliphi that we also send you some of the documents and to the committee, because PSC has one of the most innovative approaches to this issue of consultation of communities. One, we do send our staff into a party. First, we identify the most vulnerable community that has been beleaguered by many challenges. And when we go there, we send our advance team months before we have the Citizens Forum date. And by the time we get there, that team will have been talking to the community, talking to the stakeholders, going back to the departments, solving problems that can be solved and so forth. On the day of Citizens Forum, we will have the Premier, we will have Minister responsible, those who are most affected, ideally. We will have MECs, we will have municipality, district, and local. We will have different role players, traditional leaders. We even go to their own crawls and introduce ourselves before we start the work in their communities, because we respect that institution. So we do that kind of work, identifying those vulnerable communities. And we have a template and a formula on how we go about doing this, because we've done it for so many years, and how we write reports, how we have an aftercare after such citizens forums. And not only that, we, for example, when we had one in a village of, Biki, which was appearing on TV near Mtata, people being killed, elderly women, cows being stolen, cattle lifting, and so forth, crime and everything. There we had invited the police. By the time we left, a mobile police station had been brought to that community. We had invited people of rural development, National Youth Development Agency. They donated certain things to the youth to function. We had traditional leaders. We have Abe Fundisi, the clergy, and every other person. We even invited the banks, because at times people had problems of, old age pension, social grants, NSFAS challenges and so forth. So we bring all these. In one day, we had serviced 1,100 plus individuals in their different categories. Some had problems with Home Affairs. Home Affairs was there with their mobile offices. So that is the methodology that we follow. On the issue of, and we will invite you from now onwards, because we've been inviting municipalities in any event. We've been inviting district and local or metros, whoever, wherever we were going. And we go to some of the most remote areas in Northern Cape. We drove from Uppington 230 kilometers to a community called Meer, where mainly Khoi and San communities live, and the Nama communities live. We've been targeting some of these. Sometimes we went to Limpopo, where there were problems with the mining industries and the communities. So we brought in the mines as well to say, let's talk. We brought in the municipalities. So we do not create boundaries to say we can't do this, we can't do that, because we just bring the relevant departments. On the issue of the 2023 Act, which is under review now for further consultations, yes, indeed, whilst those consultations go on, PSC has met with the Khoi and San community leaders several times, and we've been intentional in so doing. We've also met with the Council on Khoi San Commission that is looking at the determination of who is the relevant leader for this or that community. They came to us for best practice. They came to us to ask us to help open up doors and also to talk to the department that they were under capacitated. So we do that all the time, and we will be working with them going forward. And lastly, on the 17th, I think we'll be meeting with the Minister of Finance, main issue being with the bill now being enacted, what resources could be made available. One of the things we've said to the minister, it's not a question of resources being made available to us, but it is also the money that as the PSC we have saved through our interventions. You'll remember one time there was a backlog of forensic laboratories where people could not get results, courts could not proceed, investigations could not proceed, GBV cases could not proceed, people wanting to bury people who have been affected by fires or disasters could not proceed because DNA testing and others. When we intervened, when we went into inspections of all those and we saw where the problem was, we were able to meet with the Minister of Police, with the commissioners, with all the relevant role players. And through that intervention, the backlog was drastically reduced. So our approach is developmental in that sense. And therefore, monies were saved. When we intervene in the medico-legal space of, health departments, where the state stands to be, suffering massive losses into billions, to say systems should be changed so that there are no medical legal claims, record keeping, systems functioning, the management of the commuted overtime and many others should be managed in this particular manner. We save the state billions. When we intervene in the space of people who have been on suspension for a number of years, sometimes 8 years, the worst was 12 years with full pay, some on special leave. Those hundreds of millions which were being spent, when they are saved. So when we go to the minister, we will be saying, through our intervention and efficiency, don't look at the additional funds you're going to make. Ask yourself, what is the cost of not intervening by giving PSC resources? Because it equals to those losses. But when efficiencies, when corruption is reduced, you will be having so much money back into the fiscus. With those words, I would like to thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Your counsel and wise counsel has been really helpful. As we go back, we will go and see how we refine some of the issues, but we are excited of the journey of working with you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Figeni. Can I just check, Honorable Taibosh, Honorable Mkalipi, you want to make any other comments still? I note that the number for Professor Nagedi, Commissioner Nagedi is already on the chat group. So if anybody would like to take those details up. Honorable Mkalipi, Honorable Taibosh.
Okay, Chair. No, thanks very much from the Professor Somadoda Fikeni, the Chair of the Commission. We are very clear in terms of the Citizens Forum. How does one go about it? But I must say, Chair, if the Commission tried to, some of the information that he's sharing here is not known, but they are doing a very good job. If they can also promote their work through parliamentary processes or through the media platforms, I think many people can also benefit a lot, especially on the Citizens Forum. I have a soft spot for the poor people, Chair. We know the frustration when we go on oversight and when we call committee meetings as a portfolio committee, how people are frustrated. They are thirsty to be heard in terms of their frustration. If they are doing so much work, wonderful work, as he explained, if they can popularize that towards the people that they can benefit. But on a lighter note, Chair, Itumeleng, Commissioner Itumeleng is not part of your slides. If you go to your slides, that's why I ask a specific question, because you have omitted him. It's not me who does not know if Itumeleng or Free State Commissioner is there. It's you. I'm taking from your slide, Prof. Please update your slide. Otherwise, I was not going to ask about Free State. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. May I come in?
Bush.
Thanks, Professor Fikeni. I'm not really happy with the answer you gave me. So you dodged the one where I asked you, what do you think of the bill? And I hear you say you're working with Khoisan communities. I must be honest with you. I have heard from any of my communities that the PSC is involved with working with them. So I don't know which communities you're working.
You have disappeared, Honorable Taiposh.
Okay, I think it was just the signal there. Sorry, Chair. What I was saying, I heard the professor say they've been working with Khoi and San communities around the country. Now, I have representatives in terms of my tribe around the country, and I cannot say that I've heard once that the PSC had a meeting with Khoi and San communities. And I'm not saying the professor is not talking the truth. I'm just saying that nobody ever reported that to me, but it is a good thing that they do that. But my question was very specific as to what do you think of Act 3 of 2019 and what is happening currently with it, that whole process. That wasn't answered. Thank you.
Okay, I don't want us to keep moving back and forth. Let's note that the communities that you spoke to aren't aware of the interaction with the PSC. The question about the bill, there will still be an opportunity to bring the bill back. And so I hope that we can exercise the opportunity for comments at that point. I think at this point, let us release the Public Service Commission with...
I agree with that, Chair, sorry. But also, Chair, I have asked, I think I've written to you and I've asked that can we bring the ministry back on Khoi and San matters, because since the conference we had in February, nothing up to now has happened going forward. And everybody wants to know what is going on, what is happening, and we understand what what was the aim of COCTA. They were lacking in terms of public participation. So that meeting that they had in Johannesburg with all the Khoi and San leaders there, that ticks the box for them now in terms of public participation. It wasn't what they promised us or what they promised me it is about. So that's good. They got, they got away with that one. But still, nothing is happening, and we are not very happy, sir. Things are dead still, and that's not what they promised us at the conference.
Honorable
Honorable
Taiposh, I have to let you speak, but actually, just be honest, that is a matter to be addressed to the Minister of COCTA and not to the Public Service Commission. We have
No,
discussed
I
the matter a
hear
few
you.
times. No, let's not proceed. Let's note that this issue needs to get back there. But I would
Thank you,
like
sir.
the Prof back to comment about that issue. That's why I was indicating that we note that there are some communities who have not seen the Public Service Commission. I wouldn't like us to drag the discussion any further. Prof, you can come in, but I don't want you to get dragged into this discussion.
Yes.
That's why I said let's note it and not get responses.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll be very short. Perhaps if Honorable Taibosh could indicate what aspect of the Act, because he kept on referring to the Act, then even on the side, I will be happy to give a very pointed response. That's one. On the question of who were the people that we met, the Khoisan in the Gqeberha region, we had 3 meetings with them. Dr. Vivian Kok and the Greek was...
Prof,
Thanks.
don't proceed. I'll tell you why.
Yes.
You will not come to the end of this discussion. If you start, you are going to then raise more questions as to who and why and how and all of it. I'm familiar with this discussion. I don't understand. That's why I said you shouldn't respond to it. It may be the fact that it's inadequate consultation, but so it's not relevant for now. It may be that you are satisfied, but that's again not relevant at this point. That's why I say we must not go into it. The issue about the bill, I will again not allow the discussion because there's a whole process of reviewing that bill. So everyone who has to have any comment can come at that point, but it doesn't help us for any one presentation to be dragged into addressing the issue of the national, on the traditional and Khoisan traditional leaders and Khoisan bill. On any form of comments when the matter is going to come back to Parliament at the moment it's being processed again. So it's going to drag us into a very long discussion if we allow it. So that's why I'm saying don't feel obliged to deal with it at this point.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, having said so, let me say the purpose for the presentation for us was to share views and also to meet the members of the Public Service Commission. You have fulfilled the objective. You have given us the briefing, as particularly what the new legislation defining the role on the oversight over municipalities. That has been quite well clarified. The issue of our concerns as a committee and the issue of where we think you could be focusing, we've also tabled this, and we hope that this will assist in your journey towards refining the role of the Public Service Commission in line with the new legislation and also in collaboration with the various other departments and stakeholders. And going forward, we as the committee will be monitoring the processing of the bill to the extent that at the point when the bill has been adopted, we'll be looking forward to interaction with the committee on the areas where we believe that the Commission has a role to play in assisting our oversight responsibility. So with all of that, please take all our comments into account. And then, of course, we look forward to the renewed mandate where we'll be interacting together. Let me then take this opportunity to thank you, Professor, as the chairperson, and all the commissioners who attended and responded to the issues, and the DG, as well as all the management that has also participated in this process. At this point, we want to say thank you and therefore release you from this platform. This meeting will proceed, but we step out of the issue on the Public Service Commission. Thank you very much and best wishes from us as the committee. And members of the committee will take a few seconds just to allow the Public Service Commission to disengage, and we'll proceed to the next item of the agenda. So we'll have 2 minutes just to allow the members to disengage. Thank you very much. In the meantime, please put back our agenda, particularly the proposal of the next engagement of the committee in our program of oversight. Shirin?
Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Chairperson. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Thank you. Shirin, I'd like you to put in the proposal for the oversight. Nope, that's not the one. That is not the one. The one that we have is the one that has got the dates. No, don't bring this in. This is not on for discussion. You have proposed dates and proposed visits and proposed municipalities. That's what I'm looking for. Honorable members, we have a proposal for the next visit to be held in July. And here we're looking at a possible oversight visit. Now, why we want to put this matter up for discussion is that when we were engaging the Auditor General, we came to an understanding that we need to try and change the approach on the oversight, particularly to do a follow-up on the Auditor General's report to look at the responsibility of the entire provincial leadership, the legislature and executive, together with the MECs involved, as well as the speakers, mayors, and municipal managers on the audit outcome reports. This is occasioned by the fact that a number of municipalities, in some instances, are repeat offenders, and we believe that, and we agree with the Auditor General, that to bring about a change of culture, we need to prevail on the senior leaders in the provincial executive to participate in guiding, supporting, and encouraging the municipalities to follow the correct accounting processes. And on that basis, we then propose that we should visit the provinces and in the process engage with the Premier, the Speaker, and the members of the executive, and then in the same setting also get the various municipalities to account for some of the outcomes that we are seeing. We've given here a proposal which I would like you to make input on. Firstly, you will see that the municipalities, based on your reading of the reports on service delivery, as well as the issues of the Auditor General, you can identify which ones you believe need to be given more urgent attention. But here there's a proposal of Mangaung and Xhariep, and then Welcome, whatever, the whole list down there. That's one area where I would like you to comment. The second one is that we would like to develop a document that deals with how we are approaching this oversight. And so the document is still being drafted, but I'm going to ask the team to flesh it through so that you can then make your comments. Then when the document has been refined and concluded, we'll circulate for members to look at. But for now, we're going to request you to bring in your ideas to help guide how we can deal with this issue. So that's the list of municipalities. Whether we can do them all, whether we can do them, allocate time to get each one to respond it's a matter that we're going to refine amongst ourselves. My idea would be that we have a preparation of engagement which indicates the overarching role of the provincial government over various municipalities in terms of particular areas, and to make them take accountability for things that have happened that the provincial government and legislature should have been following what is going on in these municipalities, and I get them to account at that level. And then once we've gone through that, we then go for item by item of things that we believe the municipalities must explain what they have done to correct the situation, and what needs to be done in the future, what's their plan for correcting all of this. By the time we're done, everyone must have provided for us a plan of action of how they're going to resolve this problem, and by which time they will have set certain targets, which will then monitor and then force the provincial legislature to monitor. And then, of course, we also demand that they must be able to show us that they've complied with that situation until we get to the point where the Auditor General's report indicates the change in their approach as such. So this is the framework of the visit that we have. Now, I'm going to then ask that we must show some of the aspects of the paper that we are wanting to take forward. So let me then get the honorable member. As I see, you've got two hands already coming up, Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Mkhaliphi. But what I wanted to do was to show you some of the aspects on which we would then use constitutional provisions to guide what responsibility each one would be playing. Just flip the thing up a little bit. So those are the sections here, which is what we expect the Premier to be utilizing to, ensure that they put oversight over the municipality. Because we're still going to make inputs here, just move up. I just want to give you a sense. And then if you look through the Speaker of the Legislature, we need them to also be tied to the process. The MEC also needs to be tied onto the process. Just move on. And then there are certain findings which we need them to take responsibility for. For example, there you've got 5
Okay, you've muted yourself.
Account of all of this. Move on, just to give you a sense, we're not discussing this as yet. Then poor performance, move on. And then this one, these are others that were relating to metro, findings on the metro, and so on. So we will need to refine the document, but what I wanted is the getting views now so that we can shape this approach as we move on. So we can take it off for now. Let me get the members to comment. I see we've got already members who wish to make comments. We're really discussing the approach to the oversight. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am very worried about time. The document has now been taken off, but the one that had the program attached, for instance, between the hours of 11 and 2 o'clock, for, as an example, the last one I saw, there was 5 municipalities.
Let's put up this document, the first document, just so that you can comment on something that's visible. Proceed.
So, Chairperson, my worry really is we do understand the nature of our business. We understand that when municipalities or the MEC or whoever needs to come and do presentations, that this takes a very long time. If you can just scroll down to, say, the next day, for instance, there, from 8 till 11 o'clock, there's 6 municipalities. From 11 till 2 o'clock, which is 3 hours, there's 5 municipalities. We will be caught with time because we do know that people like to talk, and when they want to come and present, they present very lengthy things, even though you give them a time constraint. So I don't think with all of these municipalities in the time constraints, we will be doing any justice. My proposal really, therefore, would be that we look or we ask our researcher, Mr. Andile, to go and look at the Auditor General's report and look at the repeat offenders for the last couple of years, audit findings, to see which ones are the worst of the worst. And we stick to them and we do a thorough job instead of just glancing over, because I'm fearing that with the time constraints in all of this municipalities, we will only be glancing over, not really doing any justice. Thank you, Chair.
Very good point that, and I think we're getting caught between too many things, but let's agree that we need to trim down the list. But my approach would have been, we could get the research team to go through issues on each of the municipalities. We then send that to ask them to give us responses on all of those issues. Then once we have that, when we go to them, we'll have picked on specific municipalities on issues which we think have not been properly addressed, and therefore we can target on which ones we want more time spent and which ones we would then say, let's get the commitment. Here's your program. You must then declare that's how you're going to deal with it. If we think it's reasonable, we can leave it without going to details. But we do need everyone to actually be to understand that they're not off the hook, even if we didn't spend time talking to them. So they have to make a commitment. And to do that, I would have felt that we spend the next few weeks communicating with the Premier, the Speaker, and the MEC and the municipalities to say, we want a brief outline of their response, their actions to turn this thing around. Nothing long, but something concrete that shows us where they're going. Then we will then target the ones that we think need to be targeted. Then we don't have to be concerned that we will spend very little time on them. But they must respond, even though we won't spend all the time. By the time we get there, we'll know who we want on the table. That's fine. Let's note that. Honorable Mkhalipi.
Thanks, Chair. I think I welcome the approach as well as the framework that has been put here. Chair, I will also propose that let us use the interpolation approach. I think you allocate a member 7 minutes or whatever minute I've seen used from other committees, and I think there's a proposed rule to that effect. The Rules Committee is sitting today will hear if they've processed that approach. I think that one is very effective. Instead of talking long and then when it's time for the department or municipality or the MEC to respond, just ignore some of the things that you raised. That is one. Secondly, Chair, I propose that especially this is the second visit in Free State, at least we have a clue. And on top of what you are proposing with Honorable my friend there who spoke first, Marina. Yeah, Fanzel. I with that information that our researcher is going to assist with us, as you also mentioned, Chair. But I propose that let us not have Thabo Mfutsanyana very late. Let us, because is a huge municipality, it's a big municipality with a lot of problems. I'm not saying others they don't have problems. Maybe let us reprioritize. I suggest that Thabo Mfutsanyana must top the list, and also Mangaung. One of the reasons that is the only metro in Free State. Then, because of the information that we are going to get, so we can reprioritize which one can follow. But I think Thabo Mfutsanyana must be the first one on the roll, whereby the members still have fresh mind, and as well as the report and our experience when we visited that municipality. That is my proposal, and Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree. I am also concerned about the time, because whenever we are going on oversight, we have a time problem. And that is most probably, as Honorable Van Zyl already said, that although we give them a time indication, very seldom it's been kept in that. So I tend to agree with your proposal, but I would like to propose to to let us refine it to the Auditor General's findings, and then they have to give us in their response, their plan of implementation, how to address the findings and how are they going to correct that findings. Otherwise, they will again go all over the show and give us things on other matters that has a link to the report, but not the specific things that's been mentioned in the report. Because in some other way, they have to give that feedback to the Auditor General and or to their own councils. The council should follow up on what is the plan, how to correct the things that's been identified by the Auditor General, and if they cannot correct it, what are the root causes and what is the way forward. I think that is what I would like to propose for us to focus on, and I also agree with Honourable Xharep's proposal of let us assign some time and that you can have an opportunity to have a sort of a question and a follow-up question and that kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now that we generally agree on the approach, so what I will suggest is that we're going to ask members to send in whatever suggestions that you've got. One, which municipalities do you think need to be targeted first? Two, what other specifics that need to be included in the line of question as we look into each of the municipality? The Auditor General's report will give us a guide in terms of what are the issues that are needing to be fixed in each municipality. What we will also be looking for is for each one to indicate what action they've taken now that we've seen the transgressions. And we need to just find a balance. One, I would like the municipalities to be given the opportunity to give us back a response. Maybe we can prescribe how long that response is going to be so that we can then be able to focus. Then, so that nobody will give us Bibles and Bibles of responses that have got nothing to do with the stuff that we want to get. So that we have that before we get there. Then when we go into this meeting, the meetings, we also need to have amongst ourselves a sense of discipline. If we say, we're going to have 10 minutes of members asking the question in this particular one, then we give you 2 minutes to deal with the issue. Now, members need to refrain from grandstanding and giving long preambles and long speeches and so on, really, which is meant for the attention of individual publicity and so on. We need to focus on what is going to make progress for purposes of what we're trying to do. Now, if that is the case, it is not difficult to restrict members to 2 minutes. It's just that members must first understand that's where we are going so that we do not end up with a situation where the members then start kind of objecting that they've got a right to speak when in fact they're delaying the committee progress. So we need to clean that part up amongst ourselves because it's very difficult to control you members. You can actually go all the way in the direction you want because it's your right. And sometimes we have to leave it because it's all a political platform. So we don't have to, make very rigid rulings on what you want to say. But in this case, we would like to just have a directed approach. So, for example, if we said we'll take the first 3 questions, then the first 3 questions will come. But if we say you've had 2 questions or two opportunities before, you'll skip this one, let's give the other members should be able to understand that. Then we can get somewhere. But my view, insofar as this whole process is concerned, is that we have an opportunity here of demonstrating the seriousness of our committee in holding everybody in the value chain accountable. We must not lose that. We also have an opportunity to commit the provincial leadership onto ongoing supervision of the municipality so that we can take responsibility, because if we do that, we can actually eliminate a lot of dynamics that make it impossible for the other spheres of government to intervene, and therefore deal with the issues and be very pointed about what we think is something that is a problem that needs to have been attended to in the presence of people who are in senior enough positions to be able to actually commit to taking action in those particular ones. So when we get there, we must already be having 4 or 5 points about Maluti Apofung. What are you going to do to solve 1, 2, 3? What have you done to solve 1, 2, 3? The fact that you didn't act on it, what action is being taken by who, and move on. Then we go on, one by one. So I've also asked that the team on the communication could spot some of the very glaring service delivery adverse reports that have been pointed out before, so that you can actually, in the process of seeking responses, highlight that there was a report of an investigation of this nature. Please give us a response. What has happened to this one and what action has been taken? There was a report on this. Has this been addressed and how has it been addressed? And move on. So we sit here, we look at all of that. So when we say follow-up questions, we're not following up on everything. We're following up on what is not clear on the response as we had already asked the question. So that's what I think we need to try and focus on. So let me give you 3 days to make whatever your input, so that by, let's say, Friday, we can have a kind of document that we can have a discussion on next week. So let's have a look at it from that point. Honorable Taibosh?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to check with you. What about the actions that COCTA is busy with within Thabo Mafutsanyana, like Maluti Apofung? Because I know that they are busy with actions in terms of that. Well, do we also address those or not? Or do we get an update from them first?
Precisely the point, Honorable Taibosh. We need to know on some of the things of concern. You as members must highlight those, as this must be included in our approach to Maluti Apofung. Then we will send that through to them to say, please indicate how this matter is being addressed. Then we will know whether there's an issue that is worth pursuing once we've followed it up. But I don't want us to feel that there's anything that we cannot ask, because that's our role of oversight. But whilst we do so, let's give them the opportunity to respond beforehand in a manner that's going to allow us space to be able to see there's some action there, there's no action here. Then we can take a follow-up. But the follow-up questions for me have to be based on what's coming from the Auditor General and any other reports that we have seen before, and their response to that. It may be a good response, it may be inadequate response, but what we need to do is to make sure that there's nothing we are stopped from asking. But if we do it that way, we could actually have all the municipalities here, and then the mayor on the one municipality, please give us your commitment in terms of how you're going to address these issues. And then the mayor would stand up there. This is our plan. We're presenting to council at such and such a time, and this and that and that. And this is how it's going to be monitored. And then we say, okay, the MEC at the end and the premier must then say, okay, we will then follow up on this. And by this time, we'll have a report that indicates that these matters have been addressed to the portfolio committee. Then we move on. Then we don't have the others don't need to actually answer lots of questions, because they would have already given us a response. But what we want to know, what is your plan of correcting this thing? Now, I feel everyone must be made to commit to that, even if they've got 5 minutes to stand up and say, the plan has been tabled, it means this, it means that, and this is when it's going to be monitored, it will be tabled by this time, that's our commitment. And MEC, by this time, we hope that we expect you to be able to give us a report that covers all of that. Or maybe the legislature will have to give us that report once it has been tabled to the legislature. But everyone must actually be made to run, even though we'll give them a few minutes. Then there are those that will allocate an hour, because we want to go into more details because their responses are not good enough. Then issues which have already been addressed, they'll come up to say this matter is being addressed. We don't have to spend time on it. We note that it's being addressed. So I think we must not feel restricted, but we must be able to say of what we thought needed to be raised, all of those issues have been raised. Then, of course, we spend more time on the ones where we feel that a lot of debate and questioning needs to be done. Any other comments, members? Okay, our first response, therefore, is going to be for us to submit as much as possible, so that today is Wednesday, Thursday. If by Friday we've submitted all of that, then we will have this a bit more meat on the document that you saw flashing here, and then that will come to the members, and then we'll generally agree. We need to agree before we send it through to the Free State municipalities. Then we can take action from there. Are we then agreed on that? All agreed?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndamase. I assume we all are together on that.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, we agreed.
Thank you very much. So, Shireen. Thank you very much, Ndabazit. So we will then ask the members to send information to Shireen, then we'll integrate all of that, and then we'll get a much more structured document that gives us an overall approach, as you have seen, and then on the basis on which we intervening with all those players. And I must say it's important to cover that, because the temptation from municipalities might be to say you have overreached or you have overstepped. We need to be able to say on what basis we're following them up. Then we go into the issues that need to be given to the attention of the Speaker and the provincial executive. These are the areas which we need to look at. That is the overall. So many so many disclaimers, and so many that didn't submit, so many late submissions, so many qualified or adverse this thing. What have you been doing about that? So many vacancies, and so many this, so much use of consultants. Give us your own plan of how you're dealing with those issues. Then we come to Mangaung. Mangaung, 1, 2, 3, these are your issues. What is the plan for this? What is the plan? What have you done on this? What action has been done on that? We move on to the next one. Tabom Fusanyana, these are the issues. Machabeng, these are the issues. Maluta Pofo, these are your issues. Then we will then select out the ones which we think are less of targets. We will just accept their plans, but at the same time, the others where we need more focused attention, we'll go into those. So that should be able to help us as we move along. Thank you very much then, honorable members. So we will then refer the matter back to you for a focused discussion once we've made your inputs. That's it. Then let's go to the next item, Shireen. Let's talk about the trip. Anything new? Obviously, it's becoming more and more interesting now. Once we start going to the municipalities, so to the provinces as well, we need to have a good understanding as to how all of these issues of hung municipalities operate, and some of the issues now will be already affecting provincial governments in terms of oversight of municipalities. This issue of hung municipalities will also be an interesting issue there. But let's get your comment on the issue of the overseas trip, Shireen.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's been no update on the trip. The budgets for committees has also not been finalized, and Parliament is working on a period where committees must actually look at doing a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan for committees, so that we incorporate the study tour into that strategic plan as well, so that they look at the budgets for the committees as well. I know that the management of Parliament is discussing when this period for the strategic planning of committees will be taking place. As the House Chairperson said, that must also be part of our strategic plan before we can actually undertake the study trip. So the all those things are in pipeline, and the budget is of the committees as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, what is Sharon saying? She must not speak in tongues. She must be straightforward.
Okay, Sharon, you want to decode your tongues?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, the House Chairperson's comment on our trip was that we don't have a strategic plan where the study tour is part of the strategic plan, and the budgets of the committees has also not been sorted. I know that the management of Parliament is looking at dates to have committees do the strategic planning. Once all the plans are in place, they'll look at the budget as well. But we are still also awaiting a date from the embassy. But we'll have to first have all those things as part of our plans for the 5 years or our APP for this year. So those issues must be sorted before we can do our oversight, our study tour as per the House Chairperson's comments in our application that we sent to him.
Did you get the translation now, Honorable Kalibi?
Chair, we must be truthful and honest with one another. Ne? If there are delays in terms of what is the guide from the House Chair, but we must be prepared, fully prepared as a committee. For instance, if you are waiting to hear from the Embassy of Denmark, you're supposed to be proactive as the Secretary of Parliament and say, now we're expected to have the strategic plan. So therefore, let us be the one who propose dates, let's say in December, in order for us to take care of our own affairs in the committee. So saying that we still have to go and identify a date for the strategic plan and still waiting for embassy. What if the embassy will give you a date that will coincide with the strategic plan? So we must be honest with one another if we are sabotaging the study tour at the secretarial level, or we must be clear with what is the plan about the study tour, Chair. I submit.
Okay, I don't believe you can be sabotaged by the Secretariat. The last discussion I had with the chairperson of the House Committee was that they wanted to conclude the issue of the parliamentary budget and therefore have a clear allocation as to portfolio committee budget allocations, around which, when we do the plan, we'll be the ones who will also be making choices and decide what we do, what we sacrifice out of that, so that we can prioritize what we think is priority. Now, the chairperson has not come back to me with that, and I don't believe he's in a position to do so up until the portfolio the budget is passed. So it's not clear at this point where the portfolio committee budget, how it stands. So I don't believe that you'll have a problem. What is a point worth noting from your side is what are the likely dates that we could be looking at, which now means there must be a continuous interaction with the embassy, and that will affect two things. Firstly, whether in terms of our parliamentary program, it is within the allowed period for us to go out. Secondly, it is also going to be about whether there are other intervening activities that might preclude any or all of us from going abroad. So that, I would say, would be the way we can then gauge where we are. The fact that there should be continuous interaction with the embassy to determine the possible dates is correct. but I don't think we could think of a sabotage as we speak up until we've got a clear sense of budget from the House chairperson. Honorable Kalipi.
I'm hearing you, Chair. I hear you very well. But you know what is confusing? Other committees within these trying times of Parliament, they've gone to overseas. They've gone to study tour. If I can mention one committee, the Committee of International Relations, they have never have any problems of going to the study tour. But while we as a committee, we have to understand what we are facing with. But what I'm saying, Chair, is that the secretary of this committee must also protect us and must also show that she have an interest to protect us in terms of the study tour. That is what I'm saying, Chair. But I hear what you are saying.
All right. I think let's get back to the one thing. Let's just make sure that the program of the committee is retabled so that we are able to see when we're considering this, as well as also making sure that there should be no administrative hitches, that the House chairperson is in doubt about whether this is one of our priorities. It needs to be cleared. So can we then ask Sherin, let's work on that and then bring it back so that the committee must see what's been submitted in relation to our program going forward. But there shouldn't be a sense here that the trip is not receiving priority attention. From where I sit, my understanding was that the delay is coming from outside the committee. It didn't come from the committee. Now, how the other committees would have acted, I wouldn't know. I suspect some of them may have already been on their program long before we got to this time of the budget flux of situation of flux where things aren't finalized. But I can't talk on behalf of the other committees. Let's just reactivate the matter properly so that in terms of our own program, it is clear we're going on with it. So Sherin will have to deal with that. Any other issues, colleagues? All right, honorable members, let us then bring this meeting. Yes, Honorable Sompa, I see your comment, but let's say that from where we sit, we will demonstrate that there is commitment on this process. But with that, and if there are no other issues, I'd like us to bring this meeting to a close. So this meeting, therefore, has to be adjourned. We adjourn this meeting. We will then give you further feedback by end of the week, Friday. Thank you very much. Meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.